Founding Director, Dr. G.K. Goswami Sir, and our esteemed speaker, Professor Ajay Singh Sir, to kindly grace the dais. In an age where possibilities are constantly being redefined, quantum computing stands as a symbol of limitless potential, a domain where science meets imagination.
This workshop is not merely an academic exercise. This workshop is not merely an academic exercise, but an invitation to explore, to question, and to innovate. Now, I respectfully request our Honorable Director Sir to kindly present a memento to our esteemed luminary, a humble token of our gratitude and appreciation for the wisdom, guidance, and enlightenment they have brought to our institution.
Under the dynamic leadership and relentless efforts of our respected Director Sir, this initiative stands as a true reflection of his commitment to academic excellence and innovation. His visionary outlook and continuous encouragement to explore emerging technologies have made it possible for us to witness and be part of such an insightful session on quantum computing in our college.
Now, I respectfully invite our Honorable Director Sir to address the gathering and enlighten us about his visionary insights and aspirations for this program.
Hello, good morning everyone, and we are very delighted to invite our today's speaker in this program, Meet My Mentor Series 5. Probably all of you by now must be aware about the credential of our honorable guest, who is actually the epitome of knowledge in various subjects, Dr. Professor Ajay Singh. He is known to me since last couple of months, but ever since I met him in Mumbai, I was very much impressed with his demeanor, knowledge, his commitment to knowledge transfer, and so on and so forth. So we were discussing this project almost since last 1 year. Last time when I meet Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, who is a very, very globally known personality, and we should feel proud of him. He is the co-founder of HCL, Hindustan Computer Limited, and we must very feel proud that HCL was instituted none else where but in our Uttar Pradesh. So HCL has very strong foundation not only in Uttar Pradesh but across country, across world. The contribution of HCL is humongous. So when I meet him, then he actually introduced to Dr. Ajay Singh to me, and since then we are in very good contact, regularly talking about what quantum computing, the future and everything. Since last couple of months, in various discussions with our Honorable Chief Minister, it was his thought as well that we should introduce immediately without any delay the quantum computing, the education, and produce the world-class expert in our institute. Probably many of you may not be directly from technology background, but nowadays there is no excuse saying that I do not know particular area. And as I always say, this is the time of integration. It is not only the integration of law and technology, what we are talking about, law with labs concept. But I think until unless you understand the society, how our work, our innovations, our contribution will actually contribute to the society, then we may fail in our objective. So I always inspire you that learn more and more about what our society demands. What is the need of the day? What are the challenges? How can bring peace, tranquility, development, and mental peace among our fellow folks in our society? That is the goal. You should not be a mechanical person. You should be a live innovator. You should be a thinking, moving human being. You should not only confine that I am from the law background, I am from forensic science, I am from technology. No. You should be a complete human being. You should have a wider vision, how my knowledge can integrate with others' knowledge so that we can bring better society tomorrow. That should be the objective of this institute. You are not confined into the silos. You have to develop networking. I always say why internet is so powerful across the globe. Why IT sector has flourished so well since last 1991. Because it has networking. It has interconnections. So the power lies in intersections. The more and more you have interconnections, the networking, you are most powerful. It is always said in our thinking, in our thought process, that 1 plus 1 is not 2 only. It can be 11. So how you think actually transforms the entire society. And this institute is committing for transforming the society not only through the technology or any particular field. So you are the leader of future. And in that series, actually, we have brought none other than Professor Ajay Singh, who is now, I can say that he is the leading practitioner of quantum computing. He has so many glories, and I think our student will introduce him properly. But in brief, he is the member of National Quantum Commission of India, NQM, National Quantum Mission of India. And the chairman of that commission, Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, will be visiting us on 22nd of this month. You are all aware. And probably the conference what we are conducting here, it has its own value. It is of its own kind. So you should be mentally prepared, you should be intellectually ready to understand during that 22nd workshop, 22nd April workshop rather. We thought appropriate that we should bring before you the people, the experts who can clarify the subject. Because there are so many confusions. People usually say, oh, quantum mechanics, quantum computing is a very, very complex subject. So the purpose is that nothing is complex. How you deal with it, how you grasp it, how it is being discussed with you, actually make things complex or simple. So the life is nothing but from complex to simple. So this entire process, entire exercise is actually to prepare you for the future. Because as I say, that quantum computing is going to change the landscape. It has positivity, it has a lot of negativity as well. Because whenever there is a technology, it is a saying that science is a good servant but very bad master. And I think the best example for that may be the quantum computing. And because especially many of us and all of us rather has concern that how we should have secure cyberspace, the cyber security, cyber crime, data protection, all these are the larger concern at the global ecosystem. So we want to make you ready. Before people awake, you should be far ahead of anyone. So you have to integrate your legal knowledge, your forensic knowledge, your technological knowledge into one capsule. We will provide the one-stop center. If somebody wants that what is quantum forensics, Yes, the answer is with UPSIFS. If you want any legal issue, the solution is with us. So that is the vision actually by which this entire April month and onwards we are going to set the tone for future. Very soon we will be starting the lab, quantum laboratory here. And I think it will be of its own kind because our Honorable Chief Minister has the vision to start. And we are committed that before our Honorable CM visit in the same conference hall, probably on 16th August of this year, we will inaugurate that lab. That is our dream. So I hope you all are ready. Yes? Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and insightful address.
It now gives me immense pleasure to introduce the luminary who will be guiding us through today's session on basics of quantum computing and risk management. Professor Ajay Singh is a globally recognized strategist, academic, and author in cybersecurity, quantum computing, AI, and digital transformation, with over 40 years of experience in the IT industry, including serving as CEO of a fintech firm. He currently contributes to academia as a professor of practice, visiting professor, mentor, and board of studies member.
He is a member of India's National Task Force on the Quantum Safe Ecosystem, contributing to standards, testing frameworks, and the roadmap for post-quantum cryptography, while also developing frameworks integrating AI with PQC migration. His research focuses on the convergence of quantum computing and AI for secure communication, automation, and infrastructure organization.
A fellow of the Institute of Directors, he is associated with the IEE Committee on Cybersecurity and serves on the Academic Advisory Board of Pace University, New York. He is the author of 8 books, including Cyberstorm, Unleashing the Power of Quantum Computing and AI, and is a sought-after speaker known for delivering insightful and practical keynotes on emerging technologies.
I now take this opportunity to invite Professor Ajay Singh sir to deliver the first session on evolution of computing from mainframes to quantum computing. Sir, we look forward to gaining invaluable insights from you. The stage is now yours.
Respected Director Dr. G.K. Goswami, distinguished officers, esteemed members of the faculty, students, and all those guests who are joining us online as well today. It gives me great pleasure to be here, to see the facilities here, to see the work that is being done at this institute. And whatever I saw of the institute today, I can say it's positioned to be a world-class institute. And what we are going to talk about today is going to be just one more step in that direction. So when Dr. Goswami got in touch with me. We were discussing about what we are going to do in the workshop on 22nd April, but he felt that we should have a preparatory session today where we acquaint all of you with quantum computing. And as we very rightly said, we have all sorts of notions about what quantum computing is, which makes it very difficult because we feel it's very mysterious, hard to understand, difficult, and something which is not meant for any of us. But my objective today is to actually make it as simple as possible so that we understand the concepts behind it. We are not going to become quantum scientists, but we are going to be innovators, as Sir said. We are going to think of how quantum can be used to benefit society at large, particularly in the area that the Institute works. So with that, we are going to have 3 sessions. The first session is going to be on the evolution of computing from mainframes to quantum. Now you may wonder why we are going backwards. Sometimes to go forward, it's good to go backward because you've got to start from the beginning, not presume knowledge of anything. These are some of the things you may have heard, and if you have heard them before, great. If you have not, then this is your chance to catch up with the past. Perhaps many of you were not even born when all this started. So we will start with mainframes. Nowadays that word is not heard often, but at one time mainframes was what quantum computing is today, the most powerful computers in the world. And what were the early computing systems? Move on to the mini computer and PC revolution. We all use these nowadays, so we are a little familiar with that. Then we move to the internet, and we then go to the mobile computing and the AI age, and finally stop at the doorstep of quantum computing. Imagine that a computer the size of a room, which was what a mainframe was, has shrunk into your pocket. ENIAC, which was the first mainframe, could do just 5,000 calculations per second. The machine that you have in your pockets can do billions of calculations in a second. So we have moved from a very, very basic form of computing to what we are today. It's such an advanced form. But we don't realize it because probably many of you at least, have been born into it. My case is different. I've seen all these 40 years because I got a ringside view. I've been in the industry for 40 years. So I've been through each of these generations. Every time a new generation comes, there's huge excitement. It's going to be touted as the best, latest technology. But even that passes. Another wave comes and new things start happening. So let's explore this further. 30,000 tons, that was the weight of the first mainframe. What would the world be without IT? No, probably there are few senior people here in terms of age. They would have seen a world where IT was not ubiquitous like it is today. Slow communication, no entertainment in your hands, no video conference, no WhatsApp, no messaging, no access to any knowledge base that you have today so you have the world in your pocket literally. And just imagine if all this had not happened, where would the innovation have happened? Where would businesses have grown? How would GDPs have grown? So the whole world has used technology as a leverage to reach this stage. So any subject that you study, it's good to know a little bit of history. Where did it all start? Started with the mainframe era and then moved on to mini computers and PCs, then the internet age, and then on to edge and AI, which is of recent origin. When I say recent, 5-6 years. And then we move to quantum computing. So let's go through this history and understand these things a little better. Why does evolution matter? Why should we go through all this? Why should we know this? Because history repeats itself. These technological generations will come and go. But the preparedness for the next generation has to come proactively now, because technologies have become extremely powerful. Technologies are today defining so many things that change our life, that change the way we will work, live, and communicate. So if this is indeed going to be the case, if these disruptive technologies are going to make dramatic changes in our lives, then we must be more prepared. So it gives us an appreciation of what happened earlier, what was good about it, what was not so good about it, what were the highs, what were the lows of those eras, and how they paved the way for what we are today and where we are going to be tomorrow. And you are the people for tomorrow, you are the generation for tomorrow, and therefore the onus will be on you to see how these technologies can be harnessed and put to good use. If you look at business evolution, it started with manual processes. Then it moved to a basic automation, part mechanical, part electronic. Then the digitalization age came, then digital transformation happened, then AI integration happened, and then moving to quantum. And finally, what do we all want? As Sir very aptly said, we want a trusted, resilient digital ecosystem, because we are living in that ecosystem. Probably more time we spend in the digital ecosystem than in the physical world, because if you remove the sleeping hours, then I think our lives are almost totally digital nowadays. Starting with manual systems, everything was manual, all books were manual. If you went to a bank, you had to go to the branch in which your account was. They had massive ledgers, they would make entries in those ledgers, and those were the ledgers that were understood and accepted by law. Digital transactions, even if they were happening early stages, they were not accepted in law. So we were in a fairly primitive stage when these manual processes were going on, and these were continued for a long, long time, and they are still continuing in some areas. The first mechanical systems came. If you see these, I don't know how many of you have seen a typewriter also. How many of you have seen this calculator? This is there was a manufacturer called Facet, and Godrej used to make typewriters, and there were other typewriter makers. But these were there in every office. All accountants use this machine for like a calculator, and there were pools of stenotypists who used to use these mechanical typewriters. Then came the first generation computers. Now, that's the computer I talked of. You can see how big it was. You can see how many wires, how many connections were there, how difficult it must have been. And these used to make loud humming noises. And they say that when the ENIAC computer was switched on in the city of Philadelphia, the lights dimmed because it consumed so much of power. So we are starting from there to the point where you have a battery-operated phone in your pocket. That was also the advent of what was called the vacuum tube technology. Old TVs, if you see, you'll find some vacuum tube TVs even now around, very few. But in the 70s, 80s, they were all vacuum tube. And then it gave way to the transistor. And these transistors, we improved by leaps and bounds. In technology, there was something called the Moore's law. And Moore used to work for Intel. And he propounded this law that in every 18 months, the processor capacity will double and the price will be halved. And that's how technology actually evolved till very recently. Today you have billions of transistors on a single chip. And what happens when you pack billions of transistors on a single chip? It generates heat. And therefore, after a point, you can't put any more transistors onto a single chip. And therefore, you are stuck now going to the next generation. And that is where quantum shows a way forward. We are at early stages of quantum computing, but it is at the beginning of the life cycle. So Moore's law, I don't know whether it will apply to quantum or quantum will be even faster in its evolution. We don't know at this point. But the thing is that mainframes at this stage, when vacuum tube computers, mainframes started being built, were used in business. They were used for applications like payroll. They were used with punch cards. They were used in banking and insurance, preliminary applications, all centralized in one big facility. And that's how these mainframes operated. Slowly systems started becoming electronic. So they became smaller in size, but still they were big. And these electronic systems came into being in the 1950s and 60s. And there were machines like the UNIVAC and the IBM 1401, which became smaller than the mainframes, but nevertheless they had to be housed in large air-conditioned places. You couldn't, like you use your laptop anywhere today, that was not possible. So they had their own environmental restrictions, and therefore access again was limited for people. So there were several limitations that the mainframe era had. It set about computing, it brought computing to major applications which were transaction intensive like banking, insurance, but it had problems of size, it had problems of heat dissipation, there were reliability issues because the tubes used to burn out, and then when tubes burn out suddenly while you're doing data processing, you know what can happen to your data. So all these problems were there in the mainframes, and the cost was prohibitive. You couldn't afford to buy a mainframe. There were very few mainframes, probably a few in IITs here in India, but there were very few mainframes all over. And over a period of time, these systems became obsolescent. Obviously, they are the dinosaurs. If you look at dinosaurs of the IT industry, then that dinosaur is the mainframe. So the highs and lows, large-scale data was beginning to be processed by computers. Centralized computing facilities came into play. But very expensive, very bulky, could not reach everybody. They were used mainly for large data processing and some research. And therefore, scientific research also started on the mainframes, but how they used to be used was time slicing. And the password system that you use nowadays was invented in those days, where you had a username and a login, and you could log in and use, given the time slot that you were given, you could log into the mainframe and use it for that time. Then came the mini computers. This was a revolution of sorts because this brought computing into the corporate office as a server. Today we call them servers. And these servers became more and more powerful over a period of time, but they came into being right from the 60s to the 80s. And one of the leading systems at that time was the DEC, that is Digital Equipment Corporation, a model called the PDP-11. Why was this important? Because Unix, which is an operating system that is still very widely used, and C language, which is also widely used even today, these languages were ran the PDP-11, and they became famous because PDP-11 started getting installed in large numbers across the world. So this led to democratization of server-based computing, if you will, and smaller organizations and corporations could now have access to that. Yeah. So that brings us into the era of personal computers. Now, many of you will be more familiar with these eras, but then this came in the 1970s. But you can see the difference that a PC in 1970 was and what computers you use today. They're also personal computers. But for instance, the Apple II, which was launched in 1977, was a 1 megahertz processor. And the IBM PC in 1981 was a 4.77 megahertz. Now the latest Intel processor released in 2026, take a guess, what is the processor clock speed? It is 6.2 gigahertz. So you can see how powerful systems have become. That's why when I say that you have computing power of a mainframe in your pocket, that's what has happened. And your phones are also no less than PCs of today. They can do so many things. But computing came to the desktop with the PCs. And while they brought a lot, they brought things like PowerPoint, word processing, electronic spreadsheets. So a lot of user-friendly software started coming with the PCs. They supported a wide range of applications. And suddenly, people didn't have to be programmers or scientists to go and use a computer. So this was a big change through the 70s and through the 80s that made computing ubiquitous. More importantly, it opened up a software ecosystem. So the Microsoft Windows that you use even today, those started opening up. First of all, in the 70s, it was MS-DOS. It was a command-driven prompt kind of structure. So it was still very hard to use. You needed to know a little bit, but you could use the higher-end applications at that time. And of course, then PCs also morphed into laptops and so on. But the introduction of a software ecosystem where a operating system from Microsoft in the form of Windows later and initially MS-DOS, these became again used by a large community. The thing about Windows was that it was a GUI based system, which is a graphical user interface. So today if you use it conveniently, it is because of evolution, and that evolution brought computing to us, made it easy for us to use a very difficult piece of technology which is coming from the mainframe era down to your desktop. Then Macintosh also, Apple had their, of course, own versions, user-friendly interfaces. Unix morphed into Linux. Linux is also used on lots of servers nowadays. It still continues. The popularity of these three has not gone down, but their versions have now, they offer you far more utility than the past. But what you should remember here is the birth of the software ecosystem, because software became more important than hardware. Your ability to run PowerPoint, Word, Excel, that became more important to you than whatever hardware it was running on. Then came the networking foundations. So the DARPA lab in California, which is an army establishment, they were the first one to come out with some kind of connectivity, and they called it ARPANET. And they were able to connect computers in a local area network. The first time they sent a message was very exciting for them. But today, of course, we use the internet as if it always existed. We forget that there were days when there was no internet. But this actually gave birth to what was called a local area network. So what happened with the network foundations was that you could use it in a client-server mode, a client-server architecture. And the client-server architecture meant that your client was your PC, your server was the back-end mini computer that was there, and between the client and the server, jobs were distributed in a way that they could be performed with optimal speed. And these could be connected via a local area network. So this made enterprises implement these solutions within their campuses, within their organizations through local area network. Internet has still not come up at that time. So the point with client server was it gave a lot of promise, because now you saw connectivity and you felt the connectivity and you could easily at least communicate with somebody within your office. And therefore, that was exciting. PCs could scale, larger number of people in an organization could use them. And the servers at the back end were running important software like an ERP system or a CRM system, which was running in the back end. So therefore, computing became more organization oriented. And of course, this client server architecture also started something called the MIS, which is the Management Information Systems. So Management Information Systems used for decision support started with the client server architecture, because now connectivity was possible and departments could share data and applications. The one single thing that led to the internet was a unified protocol, and that unified protocol was the TCP/IP. Tim Berners-Lee is widely credited with as the father of the internet. He bought us hypertext and browsers, but it was TCP/IP that gave the connectivity protocol, and that was the first beginnings of the internet. Suddenly, organizations could connect over the net to the outside world. And therefore, the internet that we use today in its various forms was born around that time. Actually, if you see, you will find multiple dates, but in the right from 60 to 90, you will find dates, but actually it started growing in India more towards the middle 90s. Two other things in the internet that actually made people use the internet. One was search. You see Google's name here, but Yahoo came before that. And so Google search made people get information very quickly. Today you use AI and ChatGPT and all that, but where did all that come from? It came from the ability to search. Then you had things like Yahoo and the MSN Messenger. Now you'll say, what is so great about the MSN Messenger? Now all that has morphed into your WhatsApp, and where you're streaming, you're looking at so many things. So these were the early stages of the messenger. Now distributed systems started emerging. So connectivity came in multiple forms. One was the internet connectivity, and then there was what was called the wide area network. So in the 90s, when the National Stock Exchange was set up, they wanted to give terminals across the country. Now how do you give terminals across the country at that time? Internet lines were not there. Fiber optic, which exists today, was not there. Wi-Fi did not exist. So therefore they used a technology called VSATs. And their first systems were connected remotely through VSATs. So share brokers from all over the country could log into the National Stock Exchange and trade on the National Stock Exchange. Before that, there were stock exchanges in every state and every state headquarters. So this whole stock exchange business was all fragmented. Now there are only two really, the Bombay Stock Exchange and the National Stock Exchange. So the World Wide Web, some statistics I think I would like to share on the World Wide Web, which is important for us to know. Nearly 7.5 billion people are connected now on the internet. So you can see from where, from the local area network to the internet, you have now 7.5 billion people connecting to the net. Some more information for you. Social media alone has got about 5 billion people using social media. The top countries, China has got 1.1 billion people using or connected to the internet. India follows with about 900 million. The daily usage, now here is where things become interesting. 2 years back, the daily usage was about 4 hours in a day. You know how much it is now? It's 6 hours and 37 minutes. So if you look at your waking hours, the maximum time all of us are spending in the digital world. The total number of IoT devices, most of us have got a desktop, we've got a laptop, we've got an iPad or a phone. All these are devices that are connected to the net. If you add all of them, by roughly right now there are about 19 billion devices, and those are going to grow to about 30 billion apparently by 2030. Total number of websites in the world, there are about 2 billion websites. 2 billion websites. And the number of app downloads, I think each of us has a mobile phone. The average number of apps on a mobile phone is about 40. So the total app downloads this year is going to be 324 billion. Now you have to see the commercial way this technology has grown. It has not only provided convenience and comfort and all of that, but there's huge business growth that has happened due to these technologies. All right. Now, at the back of that came the dot-com boom. Now, many of you must have been just born after this dot-com boom. So, what happened? Towards the end of the last century, the markets went crazy with the dot-com phenomenon. They said internet is going to change the world. It did eventually, but at that time the frenzy ran because views were getting it translated into valuation. You all know what views are, right? Eyeballs. Those days they were called eyeballs. Today they are called views. So those were translated into money. So a small company having a good value proposition could get billion-dollar valuations. Now this kept on building up. It built up like a bubble. And from 2000 to 2002, this bubble burst. And when this bubble burst, the markets lost $5 trillion. In just a matter of 2 years, from the top to the bottom, they lost $5 trillion. And now I'm jumping ahead of what I should say, but AI is on a similar track, and people are saying that now AI, lots of investments have gone into AI. Is it a bubble? Is it real? We'll discuss that later. Yeah, so now what's happened with the .com? .coms are everywhere. Today, no Blinkit, Zomato, all these wouldn't exist. Amazon, everybody uses Amazon. A matter of fact is that Amazon in the US has overtaken Walmart, which is the biggest departmental store in the US. So everything is going online. We are buying online very comfortably. In India, one of the greatest achievements has been the UPI. So all our transactions completely end-to-end are today electronic. And that is what has made the .coms successful today. But that evolution has taken almost 20 odd years. So from initial very high to a plunge, and then again the valuations have got built up. And today, of course, the valuations are based on much stronger metrics. They're not just based on views, they're based on actual transactions, revenues, value, and so on. So, the highs and lows of the internet, are there any lows? I think we all know the highs. There's so many benefits that we've got. But there are some lows. And what is that low? We live in fear. Privacy and data protection has become a major concern. We have traded our data for convenience without realizing that we've actually sold our data to people who are using it, exploiting it, and we are not very unhappy with that, but the point is that it is scary because there's a lot to lose when your data gets compromised. It has also brought about a digital divide, which I think in a big way the mobile phone has bridged, but not totally. We are still living with a digital divide, which means that within our country there are various levels of users. Probably people here in this auditorium are privileged users. We all have multiple devices. We have had some computer education, but not everybody has had. If you want to drive a car today, you need to get a license. But if you want to use the computer, there's no license. You can just go buy a mobile SIM card, put it in your phone, and you are in the digital world. But see, it is complex, but still, access is easy. So we gave away our privacy on the internet, and now we are fighting to get it back. Mobile revolution happened not once, twice. First it happened with feature phones, then with smartphones. And some experts tell me that these phones that we are going to use, which we are so happily using, we are so addicted to them, we love them, they are our lifeline actually, are also going to change into some other device, which may be completely different, which may offer us some other features, facilities. I don't know what they are going to be. But this is also transitory. Like every other technology, you're going to get another new technology taking it. But what it brought also, it created a new mobile ecosystem. What that ecosystem had? It had applications. So all of us are using a very wide variety of applications today. We continue to add applications, and that is also causing harm to us by giving away some of our data, by sacrificing or compromising our privacy to an extent, but the benefit on one side is convenience. Do you know a platform like Facebook, how many parameters do you think Facebook stores about you? Anybody has any idea? They're tracking you, right? You know that much. That when you use Facebook, they are tracking you. You've given away some data about you, your date of birth, blah, 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 whatever, to register. That is one time. But when you're actually using, they're tracking you all the time. So Facebook tracks 50,000 attributes about you. So it knows you better than you know yourself. What you like, what you don't like, what you prefer, what you dwell on. So they are tracking everything that you're looking at. And they can store 50,000 attributes about you. You will not know that much information about yourself, neither will your mother, or nobody will know. But Facebook knows. So we are carrying that risk. Ignorance is bliss, so we continue to carry that risk even today. So, mobile highs, I think there are too many highs. We all love it. All right from our entertainment to our work to video conference, everything is available on our mobiles, to payments, e-commerce, everything. But there are lows. We now say my battery runs out. Yeah, this is This is a problem. It doesn't last because we've loaded 40, 45 applications which are constantly running and eating up the battery. So we want better batteries. And we have these devices are very vulnerable to malware. And every day in the world, about 500,000 types of malware variants at least, keep coming out. Why? Thanks to AI, now you can create your own malware variant also. So some of them are malwares for mobile phones. And you also have a category called fileless malware. So without downloading anything, still you could get exposed. So these are some of the challenges that we still have to find solutions to. And there is definitely a digital device, what we can afford, others can't afford. But then two major ecosystems are there, the Apple ecosystem and the Android software ecosystem. Both have their pluses and minuses. Apple claims that their security is of a better level than an Android phone, but there's convenience for people using Android phones because the Android phones are also fabulous nowadays, the phones that you get to use. Coming to now cloud computing. What is cloud computing? Anybody? Cloud computing is when you don't own the hardware on the platform. It is there somewhere else, not in your premises. On your computers on premises are called on-premise systems, and then there are cloud systems. So where is your email, Outlook data or Gmail data lying? It's lying somewhere in the world. We don't know where. Wherever Google wants to store it or wherever Microsoft wants to store it, it's lying there. So the thing is that cloud computing has become an easy way to expand. So organizations have also moved into it because they have to otherwise plan for their hardware requirements as transactions grow much in advance, and they have to install these machines and then they have to look after them, maintenance, all of that. But cloud computing means that as you keep growing, they'll send you bills like your electricity consumption. Now cloud computing bills are also like that for a corporation. Just like we pay our electricity bills at home, cloud computing. So we don't have to worry where he's storing the data, where he's getting the compute power from. All this is out of our, but then there are issues with cloud computing as well. While it gives on-demand services, there are problems and gives you elastic scalability also. But the point is, its dependence is totally on internet connectivity. If there's no internet connectivity, you cannot use your data. And second is, there also you have data privacy challenges. If your data coexists with, let's say, Amazon, and Amazon gets hacked in that data center, you're also at risk. So, because these are all multi-tenant clouds, they are not single-tenant clouds, they are multi-tenant clouds. That means multiple organizations will be using the same cloud service provider. The cloud service provider itself, there are lots of cloud vulnerabilities. And these vulnerabilities sometimes are at the organization end, sometimes at the cloud end. So this is a very difficult area and people keep blaming each other for this. But the point is, if there's a data breach, then the organization suffers. Internet of Things, this is the most smartest thing. Everything is becoming smart. Every device is becoming smart. Not just your smartphones, but lots of devices are now smart devices. What does that mean? That means they have some compute power, which can be, a chip can be embedded somewhere, which will give you data and which will receive data, interpret data. Also, this is also called the edge, because the Internet of Things is it's called edge computing, because it's at the edge, it's at the front end. Now this has brought a lot of problems, because multiple providers provide you with Internet of Things devices which are not standardized. Everybody has their own standards. They are not like Apple or Android, you just have two choices. Here, everybody has their own standard, every device maker. I just this morning read that from 1st April, surveillance cameras imported from 3 vendors on China, one of them is TP-Link, which is a very popular vendor, are going to be disallowed in this country. And the reason is that they refuse to give the source code to the Indian authorities for certification. Now, if they don't give the source code, what it means is that they may have some malicious code embedded in that source code, which will give them some access to our cameras. But if you see the proliferation of cameras that has happened all over the country, a lot of them are Chinese. So now there's a huge opening for Indian manufacturers, and Indian manufacturers are still not geared up. They are trying to put their act together, get some chips from China, from Taiwan, write their own code and build these devices. But these devices are future because you have smartphone homes now. You have smart refrigerators now. If you go and see, I had the opportunity to buy a refrigerator, AI-enabled refrigerator, AI-enabled air conditioners. Everything is becoming smart now. So therefore, but one thing you must remember, anything that is smart is vulnerable. Any device that is smart is vulnerable. That means it can be hacked. How it can be hacked is not an issue. But the point is, the more any smart device is hackable. Yeah. And what is helping them? We've moved from 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G now. And 5G gives enough bandwidth where these devices can be connected, because 4G was not built for connectivity of internet devices. So we are going to have 30 billion devices. World population, by 2030, world population around 8 billion. That means on an average at least 3 to 4. And if you actually see the privileged class, they will have probably 10, 12, 15 IoT devices connected in their homes, or even more. The other thing I wanted to tell you was wearables. Wearables is also an issue. Medical science has advanced very fast. And I was talking to a friend of mine. He went through a heart surgery. I said, what happened? How was it? Are you okay? He said, yeah, I have got a pacemaker installed now. So, you know, the pacemaker ensures that the heart rhythms don't fall too much. So I said, good, you feel comfortable with it? He said, yes, but there's one problem. I said, what is that problem? He says, my pacemaker has an IP address. So, you know, if something has an IP address, it can be hacked. So these are some of the dangers with wearables also. Yeah, your smart watches, all these are wearables. You get many more. You'll get smart clothing also now. So these wearables also will have some kind of risk. So always remember, convenience, risk. One side is convenience, other side is risk. One of the good things that have come out of all these is business models. New business models have started coming out. SaaS, you know what that is? Software as a service. Which means that instead of buying a Microsoft license for Word, PowerPoint, or Microsoft Office license, I can buy a subscription, right? Instead of buying CDs from Netflix earlier, which was among the first to switch, today they run a streaming platform on the cloud, so you don't have to store anything. Amazon just gives you a Fire Stick, put it in any TV, and you're connected now to their cloud, and if you're a subscriber, you subscribe to Zomato, you subscribe to anything. So these subscriber models made it possible for a large population to access these devices, software, services. And therefore, software as a service became a norm. And this was one of the biggest changes that happened in the evolution of software, that you paid for what you used. Now, I attended a lecture the other day on AI. One AI expert was saying that this is also past now. You know what is the future of this? You would be very happy with this, but now that is also changing. What it will change to in the next few years is service as a software. That means you'll pay based on outcome rather than on subscription. So maybe you'll pay X if you like a movie, you'll pay minus 50% if you don't like the movie. Who knows? So service as a software, that's what is coming. Social media, I don't have to educate you. I think you can educate me on social media. All of us are on social media. Our generation are not native digital people. We learnt it the hard way. We still continue to learn. But yeah, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, all these platforms have provided global connectivity. They've given us so many benefits. WhatsApp still doesn't have a business model. Do you realize this? WhatsApp does not have a business model. Do they charge us? No. How do they make their money? We don't know. All our data is with them? Yes. What is often known to people is all our messages on WhatsApp are encrypted. So we feel it's encrypted. Nobody can see our messages. Whatever we put between friends, between various people is going to remain encrypted. Nobody will have access. Because Microsoft claims end-to-end encryption. Now there's trouble behind that claim. If you're actually a user of WhatsApp, go and check up. There is a switch that you have to turn on. you have to say, I want end-to-end encryption. Only then your messages and data that you are sharing will become encrypted. So we are just thinking that it's encrypted, so we don't have to worry. But actually, unless you activate it, your data is not safe. So remember, they are also playing clever, because if the minute they encrypt everybody's data, then the systems will crash. And till today, if they have no revenue model, then how is the company surviving? These are questions to be asked. So we have bartered away our data, a lot of our information, a lot of our friends, a lot of our contacts, directories, everything for convenience. And therefore, what you see on the right-hand side is the cyber security and privacy challenges that we now have to deal with. And what can save us from all this is law, and we are moving slowly. Europe moved very quickly, or at least quicker than others. 2018, they came out with GDPR. Our DPDP Act has been in the making from 2023, but we have some problems which we have to sort out. And unless those problems are sorted out, it will not be notified, and it will not come into existence. One of the problems is we generate 20% of the world's data, and we have only 3% of data center capacity. So we can't say that store all the data related to Indians in India. Only one thing we have managed to get through is that all our banking data is stored only in India. That has been accepted by all. But the rest of our data is floating around all over the world. Yeah, social media has given us global reach. Yeah, what would take years to reach, social media has given us. You can have friends anywhere in the world, you can link to people anywhere in the world. It's given professionals also a platform to reach and get instant communication done between people. The thing also it has done is, it's enabled activism, community building and marketing. Now on the negative side, we are flooded with misinformation and disinformation. Again, something which we are not able to deal with. All of us, I think, have experienced that. There's so much of misinformation that is going around all over the world, but we are also, and that has got aggravated, okay, thanks to AI, but we'll come to that a little later. But right now, privacy is the question on social media, spread of misinformation and disinformation, and maybe even many times you can see that freedom of expression also is sacrificed. Mental health addiction. Mental health addiction has become a big problem because of, thanks to reels, attention spans have reduced to 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. People are now having a strong attention deficit syndrome, which was not there earlier, especially in India. We did not have this, but now there is something which is affecting our mental health, and therefore some countries have actually banned social media for children under 14. Australia has done it. India is considering it. And these things are some of the good changes that may come. But understand that social media has got lots of benefits, but lots of problems came along with that. And that brings us to the cyber security issues. And these mostly started after 2010. I was the CEO of a payment company in those days. And for me, one of the biggest worries used to be, if somebody hacked our payment platform, well, hell will break loose. Fortunately, nothing happened, but attempts were made. Attempts are made every day nowadays. Now it's all very synchronized activity with syndicates. They go to office like any other office goers do, but their job is different. They hack for a living. And they know if they send out about 200 phishing messages, they'll get about 20-30 responses, and they know how to take it forward from there with all their mischievous activities. So explosion of data has become a problem. Explosion of devices has become a problem. The threats have become very advanced. There are new types of malware that are coming in. We have global connectivity, though the hackers could be sitting in Cambodia, North Korea, anywhere, and the hacking could be taking place in India or anywhere in the world. So therefore, and laws, are geographically bound. So jurisdiction becomes an issue when it comes to legal issues. There have been several high-profile breaches. You'll be surprised that the tech companies which know everything about technology are the biggest companies that have been hacked in the recent past. And shift in focus from perimeter defense, we now have to move to a very flexible parameter. Earlier, perimeter was clearly defined. Okay, this person is in the office, he's using a computer. Once he's out of office, I don't need to protect it. But now work from home, work when you're on tour, work when you're traveling. So the perimeter extends. Wherever people are going, wherever people are traveling, the perimeter also shifts. The other thing which we don't realize is that by adding these edge devices, smartphones, bring your own device, laptops, what we have done is we've increased what is called the attack surface, which is the playground of a hacker. The hacker wants an attack surface. So many apps means so many opportunities for an hacker. So the attack surface, the bigger it is, it means that many opportunities that a hacker has. And if you have increased the number of opportunities, you are giving him more and more opportunities and inviting him to come and hack you. So therefore, this is a downside. And there are three kinds of identities, you know. We always think that hacking will happen only because of human identities, right? But even machines have identities. So machines can be hacked, humans can be hacked, and also applications can be hacked, because even applications have ID. They also call for data. So therefore, we have a large set of problems to deal with. Cybersecurity concerns have continued to grow. It started in a small way, but today it's a big business. The business is of the order of $10.5 trillion in the world. And you would all know what our GDP is, little over $4 trillion. So cybercrime is about $10.5 trillion. So it would be number 3 in the list of, if cybercrime were a country, it would be number 3. Some of the worrying types of cyber threats that are happening is ransomware. What happens in ransomware? Somebody downloads some software and freezes your data, locks your data up. So you can't access your own data. It's sitting on your computer, but you cannot access it. To give you back access, the hackers demand money. And that money has to be typically paid in bitcoins, because otherwise bitcoins, you cannot trace them around the world. It's private currency, so you can't trace them. So organizations, if they're, imagine somebody like an Apollo hospital, if their all patient data is locked up, how do they service their patients? How do they provide medication? All the data is in digital form. We had an attack on AIIMS some time back in Delhi. So the problem is that when these attacks happen, we have to negotiate with the hackers, because the hacker can say, okay, I'm giving you 100,000. You asked for 100,000, I've given you 100,000. Now they're using something called a double extortion. They'll say, okay, now you've given me 100, give me another 100, then I'll give you the key. So it's endless. So ransomware is a very dangerous kind of situation. And the next, which is equally dangerous, is AI generated phishing mails, because now AI can automate phishing expeditions, exploits, deep fakes all over the place. Narayan Murthy is talking about investing money in a new project that everybody is thinking it's Narayan Murthy. It's not Narayan Murthy, it's somebody else. So therefore, people are being fooled. All of us are being fooled, and we have to be extra vigilant today. There is something called polymorphic malware, which means malware which actually morphs itself, and we'll go into this in the next presentation. And now, with quantum coming in, there's another whole new set of threats which we'll come to. Coming to the AI age, this is what has again created a lot of confusion, again gives a lot of convenience. Everything about AI looks great, but AI has created also its own problems. So AI and big data, the use of big data have come more or less together. But AI has been around for 50 years. So the word artificial intelligence was coined in 1956. So it's always been there. Artificial intelligence is nothing but you're telling a program to do a particular step of things. What has created a problem today is the form of AI that we are using, which is generative AI. This is creating a whole mess for everybody. Misinformation, disinformation, deep fakes, everything is happening because of that. But on the positive side, there is machine learning, neural networks, lots of advances, lots of benefits are also happening. And to add to that, big data is also helping us to actually, particularly in fraud detection, in deep analysis of patterns, in law and justice, those big books that are there in every lawyer's office, they're probably easily accessible in seconds and minutes now. So therefore, big data has its own advantages, and these two technologies together have started and creating another ecosystem, another huge ecosystem that has come into play thanks to things like machine learning, things like natural language processing. Today, when you give a command to ChatGPT, you give it in the English that you want. It interprets it and gives you back an answer in proper English. This is called natural language processing. Machine learning means the machine is adapting itself, it's learning from data, and it is continuously updating itself. Then you have computer vision, a very, very wonderful piece of software. Now it's being used in quality control. And I was talking to a person in Bangalore, and she's a doctorate, and she was telling me that she has this AI lab, and she was working with the Bangalore police in a forensic case where they had a photograph of the crime scene. And in that photograph, the evidence was very hazy. They could not find too many details, and therefore the case was not, the investigation was not progressing. So somehow they got in touch with her and they had some interaction, and she actually tried to help them. And then using AI, they can actually use the photograph of the crime scene. And in that, in one far corner, they found some keychain, and they were able to blow it up using AI. They generated a bigger image of that keychain. And that keychain led them to find the accused, and therefore the crime was solved within a few days. So this is impacting several worlds. This was a forensic example, but lots of worlds, right from drug discovery and to fraud detection, lots of areas AI is being used. So computer vision helps in that way, AI. Robotics and automation, well, maybe future wars are going to be fought between two robots, not human beings, because robots, give them guns, give them weapons, and they will manage the show. Recently, there was a big issue between a company called Anthropic and the US government. The US government wanted the rights to use Anthropic in a way where Anthropic would act automatically without any human in the loop. Nowadays, it's called human in the loop. That is the safety feature of AI if you use it responsibly. But US wanted to use it without the human in the loop, but they said that AI will be responsible for that. So Anthropic said no. Well, they lost out on some contracts, but they withdrew. Yeah, so robotics and automation. I'm sure you've also heard about the dark factories in China. Anybody heard of dark factories? These dark factories are called dark factories because everything is automated end to end. There's no human being, no human intervention. A phone can be assembled in a dark factory from the beginning to the end, and it goes out, quality checked, tested, packed, everything. So these dark factories are called dark because they don't switch the lights on. If human beings are there, you need lights. For machines, you don't need lights. So they're called dark factories. And one of the things that America wants to do is to emulate and put up dark factories because the cost of manpower in the West is high. Generative AI, the GPTs, what can I say? All types of GPTs, all types of large language models, small language models, all of them are coming. Where is our opportunity? Does India have an opportunity? Do we become a product nation or a service nation? All these discussions are going on, and we are still trying to find our way in the AI world, though India is still a very important player because it's all Indians everywhere who are working on AI at even the highest levels. The thing is that we don't own intellectual property on AI, and that is where we are trying. I think our first two models were released recently by the Prime Minister, the Sarvam in February. The Sarvam, which is a language translator. So we have two models. The US has got 40 models. China has got 15 models of large language models. But then we can catch up on that front, but we need to invest in research. Another problem that we have is the Western data is influencing AI decisions. India's data is not fully digitized. So therefore, whatever prejudices are there in Western data are automatically flowing into AI decision making. So these are some of the use cases that you can see of the various types of AI systems, from machine learning to generative AI. AI highs and lows, automation everybody loves. Everything should happen automatically, we all like it. but it boosts efficiency, saves costs, and improves productivity. It generates now, gives you lots of good predictions, and you want to ask anything about anything, AI has an answer. Right answer, wrong answer is not the issue. It has an answer. And it catalyzes breakthroughs in medicine, finance, and so on, security also, cyber security. Also, it's now battle between AI and AI. The defenders are using AI, the hackers are also using AI. But as I told you, the bias and fairness issues, all prejudiced by Western data, energy intensive. We are all consuming the world's energy resources. When we even type the word, please give me an answer to this. The word please is consuming resources because the machine is trying to understand what you are trying to say. Now, just to give you an idea, you've heard of CPUs, Central Processing Unit. Every computer has it. Then you heard of GPUs, Graphical Processor Units, which are being used in AI in a very big way. India has ordered 30,000 GPUs to support our AI mission so that our AI plans can go forward. 30,000 GPUs at what rate? $30,000 per GPU. So, and then we have now what is coming is QPUs, which are quantum processing units. So this is just a recap of all the milestones. I will not go through them, just take a look at them. There are plenty of milestones here. Some of the bigger ones I talked about. Some of the incremental changes you also see on this map. So this is 1940 to 1980. We can move from 1980 to 1999. Further to 2000 to 2019. These will be more familiar with you. You've probably lived through some of these changes. We talked about some of these also today. And then we move to 2020 to 2035. So this is where the challenges are arising. A whole set of new things are happening. Remote work. If oil prices go up further, we'll be back to working from home. Generative AI tools are becoming even more ubiquitous. Everybody is using generative AI. And a COVID-like thing, we are still worried what all it will do to us. And COVID has had a profound impact on moving people away from offices into working from home. So the bring your own device, all that problem started. And then from where we are now, again the world is going to continuously change till 2035 and beyond. And this evolution doesn't stop. So what has been the role of IT through all these eras? If we look back and say, from an operational use to a strategic role. So IT is now a strategic tool for all the benefits an industry can want to create or innovate. IT has become the means. So therefore, IT's role has moved from being an operational support to a strategic enabler. Then it also enables innovation, data management, and agility. So if you adopt technology faster, you can move faster, you can be more competitive. So it's a source of competitive advantage. So business world is first to recognize it because they will jump at any advantage today, and therefore the business model transformation has also transformed the business world. You will start getting many more services on a software as a service, which will later on become service as a software. But that's the way forward. Everybody wants to adopt that kind of model. IT has become a value creation tool, undoubtedly. And nowadays people talk about co-creation because it's the human and IT together that can create. Pure IT creations will not deliver value. So therefore the onus is on the human mind, not outsource everything, but to use everything properly, use all the tools that are available to you, and co-creation is key. Somebody was telling me the other day that 60% of the work we do is what is called busy work. This was a study that was held internationally some time back. 60% busy work, which means it doesn't have any defined outcomes, but it is routine, it has to be done, it will be done. And 40% is the creative work that we do, where our creativity, our critical thinking, our capabilities come to the fore. Now with the introduction of AI, I believe this equation has changed to 80-20 or even 90-10. Now this is serious, because then that means that space has narrowed down now for us only to 20%. And then we still have to depend on AI to co-create. So we have to be really highly critical thinkers, and therefore innovation, our future, everything will depend on that 20%. The other 80% will be eaten up by AI. Slowly, agentic AI has already come, and therefore you would have heard of OpenClaw. OpenClaw is agentic AI, and the way they work is they create agents for practically doing all the functions that a human can do. And nowadays, I believe if you're a company in the Silicon Valley, they will ask, if you ask for a person to be recruited, they say, first, give me a justification why AI can't do this job, and then only we will approve this recruiting of this person, because only if AI can't do it, then we'll recruit the person. So things have changed. And of course, IT ecosystems are continuously building. Every time software changes, every time. So AI has built an ecosystem, mobiles built an ecosystem, laptops, desktop, personal computing, everything becomes an ecosystem. Coming to two types of technology changes, one is disruptive and the other is incremental. Incremental are happening all the time and they give you small efficiency benefits. But when it comes to disruptive technology, the disruptive twins are at play today. They say AI and quantum are disruptive twins. No matter what you do, AI will disrupt you. It will enter your life, whether you want to accept it or not accept it. Quantum is the other twin. That other twin is still emerging, but then again it is considered disruptive technology, because there will be rapid leaps, there will be rapid changes in the way we live and work. So therefore, disruptive technology will force you to change, force organizations to change, force business models to change. Everything will change because of disruptive technologies. And now we are having two at the same time, and both together is another potent combination which is still emerging. So we have multiple problems on our hand. Incremental are steady upgrades, they keep happening, and therefore we are able to deal with them as they come. So that brings me to the final doorstep of quantum, which we will actually do in the third session. The leap has begun. Classical computing has been there for a long time. It has served well. Mainframes to classical computers, servers, PCs, phones, everything has served us well. And now we are at the doorstep of quantum computing. It comes with its own risks and challenges, which we'll cover in the next two sessions. But one thing remember, there's only one thing you need to know about quantum today, right at this point, that quantum will solve problems which were previously thought unsolvable. What we gave up and said a classical computer cannot solve this problem in a million years, that problem a quantum computer may solve. We'll see how that happens when we go into the next few sessions. Transformative impact is always across industries, so you're going to see this across industries. These are some of the industries that are listed out. These are some of the forerunners, I would say, moving faster to accept technology, but they're all in it. Now, for example, I'll just give you one example of logistics and supply chain. The whole world supply chain is now completely broken. Ships are all over the sea. They're all in various places. People have stopped supplies. Supplies are in midship. How do we navigate this whole thing? How do we optimize where that ship should go? Should it go to a friendly country, unfriendly country? All this, you need tremendous processing power to actually do it on an algorithmic basis. And that's where a quantum computer could do it in seconds. So that's an optimization issue. So we will have to do something like that. There are quantum computers today which can solve a problem which a classical computer might take too many years, by which time this blockade and all that problem will go. So the road ahead, lots of opportunities in quantum, both for corporations, individuals, governments. Everybody is vying for a piece of the pie, and everybody has to make changes. Government has to introduce policies, schemes. Internationally, there's a huge competition between countries, which we will go to in the next session. But there are also risks that are going to come with quantum, and we will go deeper into those risks. So the future, hybrid. Classical computing is not going away. Classical plus quantum will exist. Quantum cloud services will exist, because we can't, again, like a mainframe, we can't afford to buy a quantum computer. So therefore, you will get access to a quantum computer, but on a pay-per-use basis. Service as a software, I already told you, that's also coming. But one thing that is still unsolved all over the world is the ethical issues around these new technologies that are coming. Laws cannot take care of everything. Ethics have to play their role, and therefore we all need to get educated on the how to use this technology responsibly. So quantum computing, too early to say, but there are highs. Unsolvable problems can be solved, but there are lows also, still experimenting, still not mainstream. It will take some time and it will happen in due course. But right now, this is too early to pass any judgment on where it is headed. There is a pattern across these waves. All the waves that I have shown you, massive value. Each big wave brings massive value with it. So also with AI, so also with quantum. It will create disruption, I told you. Disruption means you can't escape the power of that technology. Either you accept it, learn it, adopt it, or you will get washed away. Risks, all technology comes with risks. Nobody tells you about the risks. You learn of the risks one by one as those technologies you start using. And lastly, the onus is on the leadership of an organization. You are the future leaders of tomorrow. You will be leading organizations in 10 years from now, 12 years from now. So the onus is on you to understand these things. You don't have to be a scientist, as I said, but you need to understand a bit of history, a bit of what the risks are, how to deal with them, and then what is really quantum computing, which we will do in the next 2 sessions. So just to wind up, 2 things, see how wrong we can be. Thomas Watson was the chairman of IBM when they were manufacturing mainframes. Initially, before they did, said there's a world market for 5 computers. Is it true? Today there are billions of computers, right? So people who are in the know can go that dramatically wrong. Another gentleman, Ken Olson, founder of DEC, Digital Equipment Corporation, he said, who will use a home computer? What is there to use from home? Couldn't visualize home computing. Today every computer has a home. We carry mobile phones which are nothing but computers. So you see, even people in the technology business get it wrong. Why? Because they have not understood the evolution of technology at that stage. Probably it was still evolving. All these waves had not gone through, but we have this benefit of hindsight. We can look back and we can say that we have seen these waves, we understand these waves, this is yet another wave. Let us be prepared, let us understand where are the opportunities, where are the risks, and how we can leverage. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them. If you don't have any questions at this point, we can always take them later. I'm here for the rest of the day. So if you do think of something, please let me know. I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that deeply enriching and illuminating session. We will now take a short break for refreshments. The session will resume at 2:15 p.m. sharp. I request everyone to kindly be back on time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you all had a refreshing and rejuvenating break. Let us now reassemble our thoughts and continue this engaging exploration of ideas.
We now proceed to the next session on cybersecurity and risk management and quantum computing basics in an increasingly digital world where information flows faster than ever before. Safeguarding data has become both a responsibility and a necessity.
I once again invite Professor Ajay Singh sir to continue and enlighten us with his expertise. Sir, the stage is now yours.
Hello, good afternoon to you. Back again, this time to talk about the second subject of the day, which is cyber risk management in the age of AI and quantum. Why are we talking about this? Because the dynamics of risk management and cyber risk management have changed with the advent of these two disruptive technologies. So what I'm going to cover in this presentation is, first let's take a look at what are we up against. What is the threat landscape with relation to AI and quantum computing? Next, who are we up against? Why traditional risk management approaches which we have followed so far are failing? And what should be the next generation of cyber risk management? So let me start this by going through the first one. What are we up against? So here is the story of a CEO of a German company. He called his CFO and he said he needs to get $35 million transferred immediately to a particular bank account, which was his designated bank account, and he was in the midst of a merger and acquisition deal. And therefore, because he needed this money to pay and settle the deal, the CFO recognized the voice of his CEO because they were interacting regularly, and he went ahead and made the transfer. Now he came to know that the CEO never made this call. So this is a new age threat where a voice can be cloned, a face can be cloned, a video which sounds very genuine could be right there, you be the recipient. What would you do if you were a business manager? So in the modern threat landscape, your boss, your phishing could be your boss's voice also. Not just an email, not just an SMS. It could be a voicemail, it could be a video, and which all sounds very realistic. In fact, the word used is hyper realistic because it sounds even more realistic than a normal email. And the voice sounds absolutely the same. If I have a small sample of your voice, I can clone your voice and then misuse it. It's become very hard to detect. In the AI age, cybercrime is becoming very hard to detect. There is potential for mass fraud, which you see on social media regularly. On lots of investment scams are going on, citing name of prominent industrialists, giving their photograph, making them speak. So voice is the same, face is the same, but the scheme is bogus. So identity theft is happening at scale, and what is at stake for us is our identity. Protecting our identity has become a very, very important consideration. Also, what is happening is, using AI, there's corporate espionage going on. This is one type of threat. The next type of threat is autonomous malware. Malware which can function on its own. Malware that can learn, develop and adapt. It can evade detection. It's like dodging the defenders. Like in a football game, a football center forward can dodge the defenders. So now malware is capable of doing such things. And the targets are typically critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure means where our prime data is residing. Critical infrastructure includes banks, defense organizations, telecom networks. All critical data that is very valuable to us is held by these companies. AI is also given persistence. That means if one attack fails, another will follow. Another fails, another will follow. So it's a continuous stream of attacks that you have to fight against. And global propagation is possible. You can sit in any country and undertake this kind of attack. Now, coming to the quantum side of things, there are two types of encryption. Encryption, if I may explain simply, is to mask the data in such a way, in the simplest form, that somebody who's not authorized to see the data cannot see it. Normally when you enter your password, when you're logging in, you won't see your password, you'll see X marks coming on the screen. So data becomes encrypted, so nobody can read that data. So if they cannot read it, then your data is secure. So all our data today, bar nothing, across all critical infrastructure, is protected by encryption. And just like encryption means you have keys. You have to encrypt with a key and you have to decrypt with a key. There are two types of encryption, asymmetric and symmetric. Those of you who have a bank locker will know this, that in a bank locker there are two keys. One is owned by the bank, held by the bank. One is your private key. And unless both these keys are inserted, the locker won't open. That is called asymmetric key. And that public key infrastructure exists. Today when you use a digital signature, you attach a digital signature, then that uses public key infrastructure which has a public key and a private key. The other key is a symmetric key. That the same key with which, it's like your house key. Same key with which you lock your house, you open it with that same key, single key. So therefore, these are the two types of encryptions. Now what is at stake is that these keys have a size. Keys have a size which can be broken down into factors. So the keys that we use is RSA, say 2048 key. This has protected our data for the last 30-35 years. So we are all secure knowing that our bank data won't go anywhere. Our telecom data, our KYC data won't go anywhere simply because it is encrypted. But it is encrypted using RSA or ECC. These are the two encryption algorithms. Now, a quantum computer can very easily break these. A classical computer cannot break this in years, whereas a quantum computer will break these keys in seconds. Now we have two choices. We keep on increasing the key sizes, but the quantum computer is a quantum computer which has adequate amount of computing power can break those keys. So we are now in the midst of we are almost like fighting a war. That before a quantum computer that can break these keys is available to a hacker, we should protect our data. So the public key infrastructure is at risk and our data is also at risk. And whatever we have encrypted and stored in our which is called critical data, because we keep our critical data in an encrypted form. All that is at stake. So what happens? It just doesn't break codes, it will break trust. And once it breaks trust broken once, it's very hard to restore trust. So it will collapse the trust, the whole system, the whole banking system could collapse. I'm not trying to scare you, but this is a realistic scenario which few people understand today, that this can happen, the entire system can collapse. Globally, governments all over the world are worried about when and who will get this access to a computer that will be strong enough to break these encryption within days, if not minutes or seconds. Now, so far it was believed that a computer with 10,000, a million qubits is required to break encryption. Yesterday there has been a press release which says that million qubits are not required. And I'll tell you what is a qubit in the next session. But million qubits are not required, only 10,000 is required. And today the world already has computers with more than 1,000 qubits. So we are now on the edge of risk. Cloud native malware. Cloud also, people have specialized in developing malware for cloud systems. And this cloud malware can threaten multiple organizations in one go, because cloud essentially means that multiple organizations are using the same system. So that's called the multi-tenant risk. Then we also have shadow IT vulnerabilities. And shadow IT means that you use your home laptop to do office work. What happens? On your home laptop, you've installed applications which are not approved by your IT organization. That's called shadow IT. So IT in your organization does not know that you're downloading from torrents, for example. They don't know. But then that's a risk to not only your computer, but to the organization as well. So that's called shadow IT. So what happened? There was a case of SolarWinds, the last line that you see in the slide. SolarWinds, ironically, is a company which provides performance management software. It helps you figure out how your security is working and give you reports on your security performance. Now, in this case, an update was made available by SolarWinds. They had 33,000 customers in the world, and many of those customers are federal agencies of the US government, right from the FBI to Pentagon, are customers of SolarWinds. Now, all these agencies, normally when a patch is released, it means that there is a vulnerability and therefore it has to be patched. So they released, just like you get updates on your mobile phones, the update has to be installed. Now, out of the 33,000, 18,000 installed the update. But in that update, hackers were so clever that in that update they introduced malicious code. Now, how much data was lost from SolarWinds? Nobody is willing to tell. But data was lost because this update had malware in it, and which means that the hackers were able to access data of those 18,000 probably, or not all 18,000, or some of those 18,000. Nobody is willing to utter a word. This happened a few years back. Nation state cyber warfare. Now wars are being fought through computers. All these missiles that are being fired, they're all GPS controlled, all software controlled, and therefore wars are being fought in two ways. One is the war of misinformation, and that is where AI is playing a role. AI is excellent at creating misinformation and spreading it. So that is one war. The other is you have a problem of proxies. You have nation states which have created front-end organizations which actually work on behalf of the nation states. There's a unit 8200 in Israel which has 5,000 people, and they are working in cyber espionage software only, 5,000 people. So you can imagine the sophistication of this whole software game that it has reached now, that the US government was able to pinpoint and kill people in Iran which they wanted to kill. So therefore it's as much a cyber war with nation states behind these threats, and therefore it becomes doubly dangerous even for normal citizens like us. Also, one of the things that is an issue when nation states get in is mass surveillance. If they do mass surveillance of citizens, then citizens lose their privacy and they would be subject to all sorts of controls. One of the things that we often forget is the enemy within, that is the insider. The insider risk is a very big risk compared to, we only look at risks which are external. We don't believe that somebody internally could turn rogue, they could do something to harm the very organization they work for, whichever it is. But there are people who have grievances, who even want to take revenge, and therefore insiders become a big threat. And why are they bigger threat than outsiders? They have legitimate access. They have legitimate access and they know the lay of the land, they can cause even bigger mischief. So therefore, and now if they use some AI tools and they use the autonomy of the net and so lots of things can happen from the insiders. There are several cases that have happened. Capital One is a big bank in the US. So Capital One outsourced its services to Amazon Web Services. And one employee of Amazon Web Services left. And Capital One being a big bank, they should have taken more care of protecting their data. But this employee left the organization, his password still remained with him. They did not remove his login. So he was able to log in and he exposed data of millions of customers of Capital One. So insider threats are being further amplified by AI. Coming to IoT and smart cities, we don't have smart cities, but we are moving towards smart cities. And the more we move towards smart cities, we have certain problems that we don't foresee, especially with related to IoT. IoT is Internet of Things. So this happened in a county in Florida, USA. They had a community water plant, and that community water plant, there's a particular amount of chlorine that you can mix with the water so that it's purified and you can drink it. So that is controlled by a machine, and that's controlled by a computer. And now that's so many parts per million. Now it so happened that the hacker got into that system and he increased that 100 times. Now if chlorine is increased 100 times compared to what it should be, people will just die. Your throats will get burnt. Chlorine is such a harmful agent that it can kill. Fortunately, what happened was that an operator saw this, that the computer was behaving funnily, and then he quickly realized that somebody has altered the sodium content or the chlorine content. Now, he was able to stop it. But just imagine down the line what could have happened if this thing had happened. So this is a case of an IoT device. Also, I told you about the Chinese surveillance cameras this morning. 1st April they're banned, but then that's an IoT device which can again create a lot of cyber security risks, particularly with adversary nations. Healthcare and biotech, everything is now becoming technology driven. Healthcare is so much technology driven today that you can wear a band on your head and they say you can download apps and take your blood pressure on an iPhone also, that's being advertised nowadays. So all these things, there is data, that data is going somewhere and we don't know where the data is going, whether the data is with us, whether it is with the cloud provider, whether it is with the company or the app company, and what they are going to do with it, none of us know. So therefore, healthcare data is very, very critical and it can create health problems if that is hacked, and hackers know this. If you go into a hospital today, any modern hospital, there are so many machines, all controlled by very sophisticated operators, but they are all hackable because they are all technology. They are pieces of technology. I told you this morning about the pacemaker having an IP address. All these devices have an IP address, which means that they are smart, but they are hackable. Financial fraud with generative AI. Generative AI has created a lot of problems for the financial services industry, because now frauds are happening the way like never before, by impersonating people, by stealing their identities, and by making everything look legitimate. There are spoofed emails which look like legitimate emails. There are messages. There are documents can be created. And fraud can go to any level, particularly with generative AI. And I want to give you an example of a very famous TV anchor. I'm sure you've heard her name, Nidhi Razdan. She was on NDTV. And Nidhi Razdan went through a very unfortunate experience, which is now in the public domain. But she was invited by Harvard University to actually become a professor at Harvard University. And when she was invited, she got a formal letter from Harvard University, which was followed by an interview where a full board of Harvard University was sitting and interviewing her. They interviewed her, they approved of her, they sent her an appointment letter. She resigned from NDTV and she was due to join on 1st of January of the following year, and this happened sometime in September. Everything was done. She was supposed to be paid some relocation. And at that time, she wrote to the university saying that, as per the terms of my appointment, you have to pay me this much for relocation. To her surprise, Harvard University said, we never appointed you. But she said, I have this appointment letter. Here it is. She said, but I was also interviewed. People were sitting, suit, boot and all, and they were interviewing me and they asked all the right questions. I gave them the right answers. And they sent me this appointment letter. Even that was fake. So that is the danger of generative AI. You are hearing about digital arrests every other day now in the newspapers. People have lost crores of rupees. And sir will tell you there's nothing in the world like digital arrest. You can't arrest anybody digitally. But hackers are much, much smarter when it comes to technology. They know how to misuse technology even before we come to know how to use it. And you see their targets, they're all senior citizens. They know how to blackmail them. They conduct a proper court inquiry also using video conference. They have a CBI investigation done or NCRB investigation done, and they tell you to sit in front of a camera and not move until you pay them the money. So this is all very serious stuff. God forbid any of us or any of our known people get into this situation, but I think onus is on us to be alert and educate people on these kind of frauds. AI bias, as I told you, all these large language models, the machine learning models are based on Western data, the data that is available on internet. We are not digitized to the same level. So what happens is it imports all the Western prejudices. Those prejudices could be against us as a race, etc., color, all sorts of things. Now if that is used by a financial company for giving a loan, then it is going to act in a very unfair manner in a country like ours where every citizen has equal rights. So therefore this AI-based issue of fairness because of prejudices in the historical data, and even Indian data will show prejudices, but then it's a problem yet to be solved. Nobody has been able to figure out how this is. The second is the hackers poison the data set. How is the LLM learning? It's learning from a data set. So the hackers know this. So if I poison the data set, the AI will give you all sorts of wrong outcomes. So therefore, they are poisoning the data sets. The third is misclassification. AI again works on the way machine learning happens because of labels. You can set labels for all data sets. Like this is a cat, this is a dog, this is an elephant. Those are labels. Now if you give the wrong labels, your AI is going to give you wrong answer. So I gave you a simple example, but misclassification can create so many problems. Yeah. So all these are not only just threats, they become systemic risks. Over a period of time, they become systemic risks. Now you would have heard of brute force attacks. What's a brute force attack? We guard our passwords with our life, at least I hope so. But our passwords are all very predictable. We use names of our family, friends, pets, date of birth, dictionary words, and hackers are very clever. They know all this. So long before a quantum computer came, they were doing what is called dictionary attacks. So the whole dictionary they just automate, they'll try multiple permutations and combinations, and with brute force try to break your password. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Nowadays it doesn't work for two reasons. Very often. One, because the system will log you out after 2-3 tries and says that you got the wrong password, will not give you another chance. So if that somebody has thought through and implemented that. The other is multi-factor authentication. In India, we are lucky to use OTP as one more additional factor. So factors are what you have and what you know. So an OTP is actually protecting us, because in foreign countries on e-commerce platforms, if you want to purchase anything, you just need a card number and a CVV number. You don't need an OTP. Just imagine the risk they are living with. Here we have an additional layer of protection. Till that OTP comes and is given, your card transaction is safe. So therefore, we have taken protective steps, but these are risks. Now when a quantum computer comes into play, the brute force with which it can break passwords is another level. Apart from breaking encryption, of course that's the easy way for them, they break the encryption, passwords are gone. But they can also launch brute force attacks. So it will lead to a complete encryption collapse. Ransomware, I told you about ransomware attacks in the morning. Now ransomware is available as a service. Now ransomware required sophisticated hacking knowledge, sophisticated programming, coding knowledge for somebody to become a hacker using ransomware. Today there is a chore bazaar on the net. It's called the dark web. On the dark web, all these are available as products. You can pay per use. You can simply download it. They will give you a manual also how to do it. And anybody can become a hacker. I'm not asking you to become a hacker. I'm just telling you. Anybody can become a hacker because the knowledge is available, the software is available, and you can pay depending on your success fees. I think even those models must be existing. And then you can try all the tricks, single extortion, double extortion, multiple extortion, and so on. So ransomware as a service is a very, very big threat for corporate organizations particularly, knowing fully well that a corporate organization will come to full stop if the data is not available to them. Of course, there are ways around it, but these are the threats we are talking about right now. So there was a bank heist in Cosmos Bank. I don't know how many people know, but 94 crores was taken out of Cosmos Bank, Pune. What happened there? SWIFT is an international money transfer network. They transferred the money out of the country. 94 crores, hackers got into their core banking system and moved the money out. And within a matter of about 10 hours, about 8 or 9 countries, people used ATMs to take out the cash. 94 crores, you can imagine how many transactions they would have done in how many places, how many people would have done, but they took out all the cash. Because normally, otherwise it happens that they use mule accounts. Mule accounts means that accounts which are dead and nobody is using, some driver will suddenly get crores of rupees. So that's a mule account, because basically we don't have a tracking system right now in place for these kind of accounts. And they quickly transfer money from one to the other. Now, if the same Cosmos Bank attack had to happen with AI, they'd automate the transfer. So immediately it will happen within seconds. Money will get transferred from multiple accounts. And they could use deepfakes for even confirmation, providing confirmation through deepfakes, deepfake emails, deepfakes messages. So faster execution, sophisticated attacks, larger frequency of attacks. So then the exposure is much larger. But I must assure you that RBI is very cognizant of these kind of attacks. They have from time to time come out with guidelines. They have a set of master guidelines and they keep revising them very often. But these are some of the new age threats where still more work has to be done, because hackers find multiple ways of using these and getting inside. Hospital, same issue. It can be hacked, patient data can be held, ransom can be asked, and money will have to be paid because there are lives at risk. So one case money is at risk, the other case lives are at risk. So these technologies are dual use and they can be put to good use, bad use, depending on whose hands they are in. Now, most often you will find people saying quantum is not today's problem. Why are we worrying about quantum? This is a blind spot today that we have. We are not able to see the threat that is coming. We are still able to see some of the threats that are happening around us. Even AI is like that. We have seen some, more to come. So the thing is, how do we prepare ourselves? How do we become totally secure? And to become totally secure, first we have to understand what is at stake. So I think it's not tomorrow's problem, it's today's blind spot. So what are we fighting? We are fighting enemies who are faster than us, knowledgeable, more knowledgeable than us as far as the software is concerned, as far as their opportunities for hacking are concerned. and the threats are faster, they are automated, they are smarter, harder to detect, makes life much more difficult. And therefore, time to react is very important. A friend of mine called me up from Pune. He's from IIT IIM, very educated, highly, he teaches also. And he told me, I got a call and there was some investment discussion going on. And I don't know why I did it, but in a moment of brain fade, I shared my OTP. I said, you did that, so what happened? He said 40,000 rupees went from my account within a few minutes after the call closed. So what do we do? So he called me, tell me what to do. I said, there are only two things you can do now. Go straight to a cyber police station, because every police station does not have cyber cyber personnel. So you have to go to a cyber or dial 1930 or the cyber crime portal and report it. He said, what will happen? I said, the only chance you have is that, so do it. So he went to the nearest cyber police station within an hour or so. It's called the golden hour. So if you can report within that golden hour, chances are some money will come back. Eventually, he got back 30,000 out of 40, 10,000 he lost. Now, these are small amounts, but these amounts could be much bigger. They could happen in different ways. But people have brain fades. They know it, but yet they make mistakes. They are trusting. We believe in trust. Indians generally trust people, take them at face value. So all these things are now gone into a gray zone. In the digital world, you cannot trust anybody or anything or any technology for that matter. So therefore, all this requires a completely new thinking and a new approach. So who are we up against? We are not just up against some hacker who is out of job person who doesn't have any work to do and he's now become a digital thief. No, these people are not like that. They are very well educated. They know exactly, they are part of criminal groups, criminal syndicates, which are organized like corporate offices. They have their own hierarchy and they work night and day, because hacking can be done 24/7. They don't have to wait for office hours. They don't work from 9 to 5. They work 24/7. They are backed by nation states who use them as proxies whenever they want to. So therefore we are dealing with, and then there are corporate spies also. Corporations also use them. So we are dealing with a complex set of people who actually hack for what? Either they want financial gain, or they want political leverage, or they want to convey a political message, or they have some ideology that they want to do, and some people still do it for fun because they want to be recognized even in a notorious way. So this is the profile of the hackers. So these are the kind of people we are dealing with. So the threat actor profile also has changed over time. Yesterday's hackers were a one-time thief type of hacker or a casual hacker but now these guys know what to target, when to target, which kind of account to target, how to target. They are willing to play the long game for the account that they have selected, and they said, I want to target this and this is my goal. I want so much money from this account. That means they are willing to wait for 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, and they will crack it eventually. And that is their persistence, that is their capability, and that is their resilience. So we at the receiving end, remember one thing. Hackers need one vulnerability. What's a vulnerability? It's a weakness. Okay? Weakness in your defense is a vulnerability. They need one vulnerability. Whereas the defenders have to safeguard themselves against thousands of vulnerabilities. Every software that you are using has vulnerabilities. Every hardware that you are using has got vulnerabilities. So the question is, you have to safeguard against thousands and they need only one. So it's a very unequal battle, and particularly now if these guys are equipped with ready-made software, like going to the market, buying a ready-made coat, they buy ready-made ransomware and then they use it to hack. And there are various other types of, in the market is like a mall nowadays. The deep web is like a mall of malware. So risk management is practiced. I told you that various organizations have their own risk management procedures and processes. But why is it not working now against these threats, against these new threats? Because everybody till some time ago used to follow this castle and moat principle. That means people had castles or forts, and around that they would have a body of water. They put some alligators, etc., crocodiles into it, so people are not able to cross, and that was the protection. And metaphorically, that is how organizations also defended against cyber threats. They put some firewalls, they put some antivirus software, they put intrusion detection systems, and they said that we have got all this, so we should be safe. Then further evolution happened, and they set up security operation centers. So they automated some of the functions of threat detection. So nowadays, threats are coming more which are AI driven. So therefore, if you are using earlier approaches, that is not going to work today. You will have to change. This firewall protection, antivirus protection, all this, how is it done? It is done on the basis of what is called a signature. Just like our signatures are unique to ourselves, malware also has a signature. And that signature, when it is compared, the software compares that signature and says, oh, this is this kind of malware. This is this kind of malware. This is this kind of malware. Therefore, it classifies it into a particular category by virtue of the signature. Now, with this with malware now, which can morph themselves by adapting to the environment, it's put everything into a tizzy. So you can see here pictorially, a cat or a tiger, whatever it is, can morph itself into a lion. And that's how your malware is also morphing. So how do you deal with this? Again, you need AI to combat this. This cannot be handled manually. I told you about current encryption. It's all vulnerable thanks to the quantum computing happening today, and probably the right kind of computer comes along. Right now, a hacker may not have access to it even if it comes along, but what happens is adversarial countries have access. So if those countries have access, they could attack a country and steal their data, and then they will have the full data set of their citizens. So therefore, if you look at vulnerability here, what we need to do is we need to move to what is called post-quantum cryptography. This cryptography that has helped us encrypt data for the last 35 years has run its course. Now we need to move to post-quantum cryptography, which will help us for at least 10-20 years from now. And this is not an upgrade, it is a full migration where you have to identify your cryptographic assets and then systematically move them. It takes more than 2 to 3 years for large organizations. Compliance versus checklists. Compliance is one way. If you comply with all rules and regulations available, probably your risks you have addressed. But cyber risk is a dynamic risk. Risk profile is changing every day. New malwares are coming out every day. So laws are made, once in 2 years, once in 3 years. You don't update laws that fast. So what happens is, if you purely depend on just law and say, I'm compliant with everything, nothing will happen to our organization, that might be just an excuse. But because new risks come, new technologies are in play, you're using new technologies, so therefore it might create new problems. Human-only monitoring. So there are, in the United States, there are now driverless cars which are being experimented, driverless trucks are being experimented, and that means that initially they thought they will be completely driverless. Now the problem is, again, they will be AI driven. If they are driverless, then who is driving it? AI is driving it. But if there is no human in the loop, AI can do only that much. For example, a driverless truck is driving down the highway. Suddenly what looks like a bear comes in the way, and the software through computer vision nowadays recognize it as something else, as a boulder, because of mislabeling. I told you about mislabeling. If you mislabel it, AI will make a mistake. Now you go and crash, you try to save the bear and you go and crash somewhere else. What happens? Now in the same example, suppose there is one pedestrian you are trying to save, and if you have to save that one pedestrian, you have to go into a crowd where there are multiple pedestrians. And on the other side, there is a line of cars. Now, what is this driverless car going to do? Is it going to hit the first pedestrian? Is it going to brake? Is it going to hit these pedestrians on one side, or is it going to crash in the other? AI can't make such decisions. That's where humans are required. So therefore, what they have now done is they've made 6 levels of AI as far as driverless cars and trucks are concerned. And those 6 levels means that the first 3 levels are where AI will simply assist the driver. The driver is in command totally. The AI will simply assist the driver. Whereas in the next 3 levels, the human is still in the loop, but AI is doing everything. Today, the planes that we fly in are all AI driven. The pilots do a little bit of work on taking off and landing, that's all. So the same thing will happen with cars. So now these are all new types of risks, new protections are required. Frameworks are also very fragmented. We have IT Act in India, we have its amendment in 2008, we have SDPI rules which came in 2011, and we have DPDP Act which is not yet implemented. So therefore we have 4 or 5 acts. And now we are considering an AI Act. Europe has introduced an AI Act, and everybody in Europe, all the vendors, AI vendors are resisting it. So these rules will eventually happen, but till that time you need assurance. And assurance comes from having a security culture. So we have to change our attitude to a security first culture when it comes to adopting all these new technologies. We can't go technology first, we'll have to go safety first. We also have a lot of legacy incident response systems in place. So most companies, most large organizations, they know that it's inevitable. It's not a question of if a cyber attack will happen, but when a cyber attack will happen. So they say that, okay, we have to plan for worst case scenario. So now we will plan for an incident response. If an attack happens, then we will do this. That's called an incident response playbook. Now the point is, with the increasing sophistication and speed of these cyber attacks, those playbooks are irrelevant. Their escalation processes are slow, reaction time is slow, responses are slow. So therefore again this calls for a new generation of and complete rethinking of risk management. Laws also lag behind. There's a famous case of Section 66A of the Indian IT Act, which was fought by 2 girls, Shreya Singhal and her friend. I don't know how many of you know about this case, but Shreya Singhal posted on one of the social media sites that she merely mentioned that if one person dies, if a big person dies, and it happened in Maharashtra, so if a big person dies, why should the city close down? Now this was taken to be an offense under Section 66A, and these 2 girls were sent to jail. Now these 2 girls did not accept the judgment. They went right up to Supreme Court, and Supreme Court struck down this section. So this section is no longer applicable, but that section said that if any post of yours is offensive, causing insult, injury, harm, annoyance, all sorts of words like this, then you could be jailed. Now, we also could make these kind of mistakes. So we have to be very careful in this regime. Now, fortunately, this section has been struck down, so nobody can put you behind bars in this section, but we have to be very careful in what we are saying. Yes, freedom of expression is there under the Constitution, but freedom has its limits. So like if you look around the world, Europe is leading in terms of lawmaking. GDPR, the data protection law, was first by and large in Europe, and all the 28 countries of the European Union accepted it and implemented it way back in 2018. So they are far ahead of us. We are at least 8 years behind and still counting. US has a very fragmented approach. It's driven by states. California has a law, New York does not have a law. So there are lots of variations in US. We have a law which is not implemented yet. And in these laws also threats from AI and quantum have not been addressed. So therefore these laws also need renewal. And therefore Europe has come out with the AI Act, but they are struggling with it. We are drafting, we have created a draft or 2, but still we are not we are not able to finalize it because there are so many new things that have come up and the way crimes are conducted these days. So net, we can't fight the new wars with old weapons. We've got to be up to date and fight with the weapons of current day technology. So what do the new approaches, what do we need to include? We need to include quantum safe cryptography. We need to add AI-driven threat intelligence. We need to have zero trust. So zero trust is a very interesting thing, and zero trust means that no identity will be allowed to enter a system without verification. Okay? Zero trust means whether you are an insider, whether you are an outsider, zero trust doesn't trust anybody. As the word says, zero trust. That means you have to prove and authenticate that you are you and not anybody else or a hacker masquerading as you. You have to prove that you are you, then only you will get access to whatever data you are looking for. So zero trust is a concept. It's not a technology. It's not a piece of technology. There are companies which offer various pieces of this technology, but it means always verify and then trust, or trust only after verification. Now we always think of identities as only human identities, but there are machine identities also, which are IP addresses. There are application identities also. So the number of identities to be handled is very large. Next, you need to have an adaptive risk assessment. Risk assessment cannot be done once a year, cannot be done once in 2 years. It has to be some kind of continuous risk assessment and continuous threat mitigation. AI ethics and governance. AI governance people have not implemented. People have gone directly and implemented AI without any safeguards or any guardrails. Now, the laws will come later, but an organization can ensure that it is safely implemented. So, these are some of the new things that have to come. Of course, there are more, like insurance policies have to accept AI threats, they have to accept quantum threats, they don't even accept many of them ransomware. And then we have to enter into international treaties because these are all cross-border crimes. Many of them are. Server can be in Canada, the hacker can be in Cambodia, the victim can be in India. So how do you adjudicate these? So let's look at what is next generation risk management. So risk management process here as a process remains the same. But what we need to do is somewhat different. So we have to map the assets, digital assets, data systems, and the AI models that we are using. We need to create what is called a CBOM, that is a cryptographic bill of material. So we should know what all data we have protected with encryption. Now in a large organization, this is a very challenging task. Nowadays there are softwares which generate this inventory and give it to you so that you can work on it. We should do scenario-based management. We should visualize AI misuse scenarios because this is something that is happening every day. So how can AI be misused? We have to create some scenarios and plan for defending against these scenarios. What are the means of doing this? You can create a scenario and do some red team, blue team exercise. What does that mean in cybersecurity? What we call is, we call people to do penetration testing. We call an ethical hacker, somebody who hacks for good, not for bad. We call him in and say that you hack our system and tell us where our weaknesses lie so that we can fix them. Now, these ethical hackers will give you a report saying that we tried to hack and this is where we found your weaknesses. But now it has gone beyond that. Now this scenario-based, like war games, scenario-based exercises are being carried out. If you are to remain up to date, and there you create a red team and a blue team. The red team is the attacker, blue team is the defender. So now you see whether the red team beats the blue team or the blue team is able to be secure against the red team. So these kind of exercises help you in planning for scenarios. Of course, third party and cloud dependencies are very important because the vulnerability may not be in your organization, but your suppliers, they have a much weaker cybersecurity profile. They can be hacked easily and from there they can get into your system. This happened in a case. Target is like a D-Mart, you all familiar with D-Mart? So Target is a chain supermarket like that in the US. It happened in 2013. So as you know, in one of these large supermarkets, they have all sorts of things, vegetable, meat, fruits, everything. And in the US, you have extreme temperatures, extreme heat, extreme cold. So they need what is called an HVAC system, which is heating, ventilation and air conditioning system. So somebody has to manage and monitor these temperatures continuously. If it becomes too hot, your butter will melt. Your milk will go bad. If it's too cold for the people, they will not come inside the store. So this modulation of temperature and maintaining in various zones has to be monitored regularly and continuously. Day temperature is different, evening temperature is different. So what they did was they gave the access to a company called Fonseca. That was a third-party vendor. He was a HVAC vendor. He was doing their heating and ventilation and air conditioning work. So they said, instead of your people sitting in all our stores across the country, we will give you access. You sit in your office and you monitor these temperatures across all stores in your office. Seemed like a fair proposition. But what happened was a hacker got hold of that password and login ID. And he hacked into the target system. And from there, he got into the point of sale terminal. Point of sale terminal, you understand, where you swipe your cards. Right? And what happened? The hackers got data of 40 million credit cards. And I told you in the US, credit card means only name and CVV number is enough, which is what is there when you swipe the card there. So the hackers got 40 million customer debit card details pertaining to some 70 million customers. It cost Target a hell of a lot of money. So third party, I told you about the Capital One case also earlier. So third party and supply chain risks are very, very important. Risk assessment. There are two things which are very important in risk assessment. One is the impact of that risk. What will happen? What will be the impact on my organization if this risk happens? What is it that I stand to lose? Now you have to balance this with the likelihood of that happening. For example, this auditorium getting flooded is a risk. It could happen. But the likelihood of that happening is probably very, very, very low. Or an earthquake happening may be very, very low. There may be other risks you need to look at. So you need to place the impact on one axis, the likelihood of happening on the other axis, and when you marry these two, you will get a categorized list of what are your most severe areas which you need to look at. And that is the way risk prioritization has to be done. You can leverage also AI to develop scenarios, and you can use AI-driven analytics as well. You can do quantum risk analysis also. What is your risk? What is the impact? And you can conduct a business impact analysis, which is actually required under certain laws. Like GDPR, you are required to do a impact analysis. And basically the idea is you prioritize your most critical assets. Just like at home, what is it that you protect most? It's the crown jewel, it's your jewels, right? So for a company, your intellectual property, your employee data, your financial data, your plans, your patents, that is really what are your jewels. So that's what you need to protect. So there are 6 focus areas for modern day risk management. Start with quantum safe cryptography, AI-driven threat detection, identity and access management. As I said, identity thefts are happening every day. We don't know how much of our data is already in the hands of hackers. If anybody is keen to know if their data is already exposed to a hacker, go to a website called I Have Been Pawned. PWNED, not PAW. PW, Have I Been Pawned? Go to that website, put your name, you'll know whether your name is figuring there and whether one of your IDs, your data has been exposed. Then, so the option for managing your identities well, because you are responsible for managing the identities of your employees completely and your customers, is to use zero trust. Data sovereignty is another issue. India wants all the data to be within India of Indian citizens. Europe, the GDPR law, which is the data protection law in Europe says that any European citizen data, whether he is resident in Europe for that time or whether he's not, he's overseas or that data has gone overseas, has to be completely protected. We still don't have such an operational clause in our legal system. But we want data sovereignty. We have suffered enough. Our data has got in, Aadhaar numbers have got exposed from government websites. So we have to be very careful in protecting our data from here on at least. Continuous risk assessment. We can't do a one-time risk assessment and say that this will work for the next 2 years. It doesn't happen like that. And human and machine collaboration. Human beings alone cannot deal with this. You need AI to help you. So you, machine and the human together form the security force, if you will. Next thing is to not to wait for quantum to arrive. Because if you wait for quantum to arrive, it may be too late to protect yourself from a quantum computer that can break your encryption. But large number of organizations still have not realized, and therefore the National Quantum Mission is also trying to work through the regulators to make them understand this and move. Use AI both as a weapon and as a shield. So you have to use, US is now talking about offensive AI, offensive cyber defense. Offensive cyber defense means that we will go after the hackers before they get to us. So that's another form that is emerging. But then more importantly, you should use AI definitely for your shield, because human resources cannot, and your current systems also will not be able to manage. Last but not least, employees. There are 3 pillars of cybersecurity. The 3 pillars are technology, people, and process. All these 3 pillars have to be used. Normally people think we deploy technology, everything will be, we are all safe and secure. No. We change our processes, that is also not enough. Our weakest link is people. Why? Because people can be manipulated. People don't work consistently like a system does. I'm feeling tired at the end of the day, I can make a mistake. I had a brain fade moment, I can make a mistake. There are skill-based errors, decision-based errors, all sorts of errors human beings make. So they can be your weakest link, but if you train them properly, make them aware properly, then they will become your biggest warriors. So this is the day and age where every employee has to be a cyber warrior. Identity and access management, we talked about data sovereignty. So we come to risk mitigation. So what is the risk mitigation that we need to do? We need to move to quantum safe cryptography as soon as possible. We need to implement zero trust. We need to deploy AI monitoring tools, because we still don't know how much loss of data is leaking through an AI engine. We don't know. Because we have imported these models, we are using these models. We don't know what data is going out also. So therefore, we need to keep a close track and monitor when we deploy AI. Segment critical systems. One of the attacks happened on a nuclear power station in South India, where some hackers, presumably some country which doesn't like us too much, they got into the system. And this nuclear power plant comes under the Department of Atomic Energy. So when they investigated the incident, CERTIN, which is the National Coordination Agency, they investigated the incident and they found that fortunately for us, there was what is called an air gap between the administrative systems of that nuclear power plant and the nuclear power plant systems itself. So what happened there was that we were saved from a disaster. And therefore, these things can be done by either segmentation, so that a hacker, if he moves into one segment, cannot move into another segment. Nowadays, people talk of micro segmentation also. And the other way is to air gap very critical systems. Strengthen vendor risk. Before we take on any vendor on board, there has to be a proper due diligence carried out, so that their security systems we are aware of and we know how they are practicing protection. They may still not have the same level of protection as you have, but they are not also having full access to the data, that you are not permitting full access to them. Risk monitoring has become very important. It's not a one-time affair. Cyber risk is a continuous risk. You have to have continuous monitoring mechanism. And the minute You have now AI engines which will give you threat patterns, that will give you types of threats, and there is also something called threat intelligence. There are companies like CrowdStrike which will give you a threat map which will tell you by country, by segment, what are the type of cyber attacks going on. Now you will say, how do they know? There is something called packet sniffing, and they are able to, all information over the internet is transmitted through packets. Just like your post office envelope, it has a from to address and has got some content. The packet sniffer can see the content and say, based on signature of course, it can say that this has got some malware or malicious code. So develop quantum readiness dashboards, because quantum readiness cannot be accomplished in a day or two. It will take at least 2 to 3 years, so you need to develop readiness. Augment your SOC capabilities, which is a security operations center, with AI capabilities. Purely having analysts there is not going to help. A SOC center captures data from all your systems logs and tries to analyze if there's been any attempt. But you need AI now to do that job faster and more, in a more detailed way. And implement real-time alerting. So you need to know real-time if any threat or attacker has got into your system. Incident response, you need to upgrade your incident response processes. Here again, you need to deploy AI tools. And AI tools will not only help you respond faster, they'll help you respond with more clarity. And when you do the forensics of an attack that has taken place, at that point in time, AI tools will be extremely helpful in your doing the job faster. And of course, human intelligence is involved, human involvement is involved, but this is your intelligence incident response team has to be actually empowered with AI. Governance and compliance. Governance has to happen at the initiative of the organization. Compliance happens when a law is made. So if a law is made, then you comply with the law. But governance has to be an internal decision. Every time you deploy a new piece of software, you have to assess its risk, practice some controls, mitigation, and then only deploy. And that shows that you have a governance system in place. Training and awareness, regularly required, probably every quarter. Employees need to be trained through games, through simulations, through exercises, so that, as I told you, they are the weakest link, but they can be your strongest warriors also. Continuous risk assessment is similar to moving away from periodic risk assessments to doing this continuously. And by continuously, I mean you have to decide on the priority and the timing. Some companies may do it every month, some may do it every quarter. That depends on your threat profile and how many threats you are facing and the data that you have gathered about your threat. And of course, last but not least, continuous improvement. Your security has to improve, your risk management has to improve continuously, because newer threats are coming into play and they will continue to be there. So you have to strive for continuous improvement. So cyber risk doesn't sit as the only risk in an enterprise. Finally, it has to be integrated with your entire enterprise-wide risk management system. So this doesn't sit in isolation, but it's a major risk, just like your financial risk, business risk, legal risk at the organizational level. This risk also has to be integrated into the risk management framework. So let me end with this, that imagine it's 2029 and suddenly there is a nation state adversary which we don't like, who gets hold of all our data. Simultaneously, there is an AI-driven malware which we have not seen before. What could happen? It could collapse the whole trust mechanism as it exists today. This might look like a scenario which may not come true, but who knows? So therefore, we have to be prepared for the worst and expect the best, but be prepared for the worst. Final thoughts. Yesterday's defenses are not good enough. This needs rethinking. Two major disruptive elements have come into play, AI and quantum. So you need to completely refresh your risk management strategy and work on it in a way that you completely adopt a new approach. I have made some suggestions here. Those are not the only suggestions, but then those are some things that can fix the very root of the problem in many cases. So hopefully organizations are on their way and we'll do it, but it's a continuous race between the hackers and the defenders. We have to keep fighting this battle. Thank you. Any questions if you have? I'll be happy to answer.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you all had a refreshing and rejuvenating break. Let us now reassemble our thoughts and continue this engaging exploration of ideas. Now, we move towards the final session of the day, quantum computing basics.
I once again invite Professor Ajay Singh, sir, to guide us through this fascinating domain. Sir, we eagerly look forward for your insights. The stage is all yours.
Good evening again. I know it's been a long day, but I guess we've come to a very interesting part, and the toughest part for me is this one, because I have to teach you something which is considered a little complex in as simple a fashion as possible, and I'm going to try to do that. So welcome to this part 3, and I call it Quantum Computing Demystified. And you must be surprised to see a cat on the screen, and I'll come to why the cat is on the screen. I'll let the cat out of the bag soon. But before I go there, how many of you have seen a serial called Star Trek? Probably many of you might not have. This was popular in the end of the last century, and it was a sci-fi serial. And one of the dialogues of that, William Shatner was the hero of that, and this was about interplanetary exploration and so on. And he would say, "Beam me up, Scotty." And what that meant was, put me onto another planet. And you can see in the picture there that he's going into a state where he's dissolving himself and appearing again in full form on another planet. Now we know this is possible using a hologram. But go for a few years forward from now where we are, maybe 2050, 2055, we may actually see human beings being teleported from one place to another, from one planet to another, by dissolving your structure to the level of your atoms and then reassembling it. Okay, so this is how far quantum can go. And teleportation of information is possible today. But teleportation of an information of a human being, whether his entire atomic structure will carry his soul with him, we don't know. So this is something which in future science will tell us. But they say that science follows sci-fi. Many of the things that we are doing today, like video conferencing internationally, we never thought it was possible. But we are doing it. And it is something that has come upon because of evolution of technology. So too, quantum will change the game in such a way that these things might become possible. Now let's look at what the global leaders are saying. So if you look at what these people are saying, quantum computing is the next big disruption. It will change everything from drug discovery to financial modeling. This Sundar Pichai says, you all know who he is. Dario Gil, the director of IBM Research, says quantum computing will be to the 21st century was what electricity was to the 19th century. So you know what electricity did in the 19th century, quantum will do in the 21st century. Satya Nadella, again the CEO of Microsoft, he says quantum computing represents one of the most exciting frontiers where we can solve problems that we once thought were unsolvable. Now obviously these people are not talking without the knowledge that this technology is going to be very impactful to all of mankind. So quantum is not new. We always tend to think that quantum is new. Quantum is there. We are the ones who are now realizing that there is something called quantum. And it has taken 100 years. Last year was the 100th year of quantum science, which UN declared officially as the 100th year of quantum science. But for 100 years, researchers have been researching quantum physics. How is it different? The problem with quantum physics is that it does not follow the rules of classical physics. Classical physics are taught right from our school levels. Many of you are students of physics. So whatever you've learned, you have to first unlearn. And atoms behave in a very different way. They don't follow the rules of classical physics. So quantum isn't new. We are new. We are changing our attitude towards quantum because we are now learning little more about what quantum truly is. So what is an atom? Consists of protons, neutrons and electrons. That's how an atom breaks up. But it's essentially the smallest indivisible particle of matter. That's what an atom is. And it contains energy. This is what we know. But now, what can we do with it is what quantum mechanics has figured out over the last 100 years, and now it's coming into the realm of computing. So what is quantum computing? Simply put, what is classical computer? What does it do? It stores information in bit form. Bit is binary digit, that is 0 or 1. Either you have a 0 or you have a 1. But a quantum computer works differently. Quantum computer can be both 0 and 1 at the same time. How is this possible? This is possible to something called superposition. And we'll come to what superposition is. But first understand that a quantum computer can be in multiple states at the same time. Simple example. Take a coin, toss it up in the air. What happens when it falls? Either heads or tails. Right? So that is what a binary classical computer works on. How does a quantum computer work? When the coin is spinning, it can be both head and tail. So, probabilities, it works on probabilities and not certainties. Classical computers work on certainties. quantum computers work on probabilities. We'll explore further how this helps later on, but you understand this difference, that a quantum computer is working parallelly on multiple things, a classical computer is working one at a time because of its limitation. So now we come to cat, the cat that you saw on the screen. So this gentleman, Erwin Schrödinger, was a scientist, and he did an experiment, or is supposed to have done an experiment. Nowadays we have to be careful about animal activists. So his experiment involved putting a cat into a box. And when he put the cat into a box, he also put some poison in it. And then he tried to figure out, and he asked, is the cat dead or alive? Now, how will you know whether the cat inside is dead or alive? How can you know that? You have to open the box. So when you open the box, you'll know whether the cat is dead or is alive. Till that time, the cat can either be dead or it can be alive. So this in quantum computing or quantum mechanics is called superposition. So therefore, you can have multiple states at the same time, whereas in the classical style of computing, it can be in an either or state. Okay? Let me try to explain to you the next issue, which even Albert Einstein called it spooky. He said, I don't understand how this thing works. How it can possibly work? He just said it's spooky. This doesn't sound real. What was the problem? This is called entanglement. And what does entanglement mean? I'll give you an example. Let us say there are two twins. Okay, and these two twins, one is in India, the other is in New York. Now when one twin laughs, the other twin in New York also laughs. How is this possible? But in quantum it is possible. It is called entanglement. That if two qubits are entangled, then the qubits can be far apart. One qubit can be on Earth, one can be on Mars. But any change you make here will impact the other one. How is it useful to us? In communication. So this quality of entanglement is going to change communication forever. And this is what is going to, when put to practical uses, entanglement has immense number of uses, including teleportation. So therefore, concepts, if you understand these concepts, you will understand more and more applications of how this will become useful. That means two atoms, however far apart they are, if they are entangled, then function of one will impact the function of the other. Another phenomenon, this is again very interesting. It's called quantum tunneling. Can you walk through a wall? Can you? If you've read some comics, Spooky, Casper, they walk through walls, ghosts, they walk through walls, they say. But can we walk through walls? Physics tells us no. Physics tells us unless that force is enough to break that wall and go, we cannot walk through a wall. But in quantum, at the quantum level, it doesn't work like that. Visualize a child throwing a ball onto the wall. What will happen? It will come back. It won't go through the wall. But atoms will go through the wall. So you can see the behavior at classical physics level and at atomic level totally different. So this is called quantum tunneling. And computers are annealers, they are called. For optimization algorithms, they are using tunneling. Now we always thought of an atom as a dot. But what do you picturize as an atom? Even in pictures you will see they're dots. Everybody thought that it's a particle, it's a dot. Then it was discovered that this has dual properties. It's not just a dot. It can be a dot or a wave. Now again you see dual personality. Dot and wave together. So this is another function of quantum which makes it totally different. So we look at it as a wave, we look at it as a frequency. That is, when you look at a wave, you look at frequency and amplitude of the wave. When you look at a dot, it is like a static piece that is going around a nucleus. That's what most pictures show, right? But it has now been proven that it is both a dot and a wave. Quantum interference. This is again a game changer, which means that you can have two types of interference: constructive interference and destructive interference. How does this help? If you are analyzing some large data, you remove data sets that are of no use to you. So that is destructive interference. And constructive interference is where you minimize and focus directly on the data that you want to look at. So quantum interference, again, from a solution point of view, is a very useful capability. Then we come to algorithms. So algorithms, what's an algorithm? An algorithm is it's some logic. It's coded into a program, and that becomes an algorithm with some mathematical or any type of formula. That becomes an algorithm. Now in 1994, well before we were all thinking that quantum computers can be broken, this gentleman called Peter Shor, he came up with an algorithm which said that these algorithm keys that are existing can be broken easily using this algorithm. It cuts the key size state by half. So therefore, unlocking or breaking a key becomes a much easier job with Shor's algorithm. Now this helps a quantum computer break current encryption further. Another quantum algorithm. You see this gentleman, look at him closely. His name is Lav Kumar Grover. He was born in Meerut, Uttar Pradesh in the year 1961. And he's come out with this fascinating algorithm which makes search faster. It's truly game-changing. Imagine you lost a friend's house key in a giant pile of 1,000 keys. A classical computer will literally go key by key to search which is the right key. But using Grover's algorithm, a quantum computer can do it much faster. Now imagine this on a much larger scale, like a needle in a haystack. A quantum computer can solve that in seconds using Grover's algorithm in search. So this gentleman, pretty much like any of us here, any of you here, of course he's from IIT Delhi, but he was born and brought up here. He had the vision, he created this algorithm, and this is now, he's created history actually not only for himself but the country. Then we have what is called the uncertainty principle. This is again a fairly complicated one. Means you cannot know both the momentum and the position of an particle at the same time. You see this picture? One picture is showing you a close-up of the bird. So you're very clear as to what you can see with the bird, but you have the background. In the other picture, you can see the momentum. The bird is flying fast, but you cannot see any detailing. So this gentleman, Werner Heisenberg, in 1927 came up with the principle called the uncertainty principle. And all quantum theorists say that quantum mechanics works on the uncertainty principle. Quantum gate operations. So again, all these work on switching. Suppose you have a light switch here. It can be either on or it can be off. It can't be on or off. But in quantum operations, quantum gates can be both on and off. So therefore that parallelism can work. So therefore quantum operations speed up everything that requires a high level of computation speed and parallelizing. Another very important Indian was Satyendranath Bose. And after him is named the Higgs boson. It's also called the God's particle. Why is it called the God's particle? Nothing religious about it. It's called the God's particle because we are all made up of atoms. This platform, all this is made up of atoms. And this Higgs boson is what gives mass to energy. It converts energy into mass. So that's why it's called the God's particle. And therefore, credit to again India here that this differs completely from the standard model of physics, because a boson is really the glue, they say, of the universe. All matter in the universe, and there is something called antimatter also, we will not go there. But all matter in the universe is made up of bosons. And therefore, this gives mass to energy. Otherwise, everything is based on energy. So, summarizing, classical physics is deterministic. Outcomes are predictable. If initial conditions are known, then outcomes are predictable. Subatomic physics is probabilistic. It works on probabilities because of the wave function and so many other functions that you've seen, superposition. It works on probability. So therefore, anything to do with large numbers, factorizing numbers, polynomials, all that, quantum computers are going to be much faster. Now this may lead you to believe that quantum computers will replace classical computers. That, I'm afraid, is not going to happen. Classical computers have their own place in the world, and quantum computers will also have their own place in the world because they work differently. Classical computers have now reached their peak because of the number of billion transistors that you can put on a chip, so you can't make those faster now. But Google's 53-bit qubit Sycamore computer solved a problem in 200 seconds that would have taken 10,000 years for a classical computer to solve. That's why when I use the term that quantum can solve unsolvable problems. So there will be applications where classical computers are required, where mature systems are already in place, that will continue. But problems which we thought were unsolvable will now get into the realms of possibility. The other thing is classical computers are very well developed, it's very mature, technology very mature. Quantum computers still have to deal with a few problems. One is that these qubits are very fragile, which means that any noise, electrical noise that is there can change the qubit. And if the qubit has to be kept stable, you need temperatures of what is called absolute zero. That's not 0 degrees centigrade, it's minus 283 degrees. So you can imagine your refrigerator also won't cool that much, but so you need that much of cooling to keep the qubit stable. Otherwise, errors will happen. So for error correction is one of the problems that has to be solved. It is being solved. There are now more stable forms of qubits that have emerged in the last couple of years. So therefore, because if you are not able to stabilize qubits, then you cannot scale them. Let's look at some global numbers. The estimated count of quantum computers now is about 30 to 50. That's all. 30 to 50 computers in the whole world now. And some estimates say that by 2030 there will be about 5,000. Compare that to 6 billion computers of classical. So you can see how mature classical computing is. So it's not that we are going to give up on classical computing. They will have a job to do, quantum will do. So we talk in terms of hybrid systems. Distribution of quantum right now mainly in research labs. Some have gone into production applications, but not in industrial use. across the world. At least that can be said. Whereas classical computers, everywhere, every room, every pocket. Performance benchmark, I just told you, a 53-bit qubit could beat a classical computer. Now in India, we have so far one 7-qubit computer has been developed by TIFR in Bombay. And one 64-bit qubit computer has been developed in Bangalore by a Bangalore-based company. So we still have a long way to go, whereas there are countries which are now reaching 100 qubits and 1000 qubits also in some cases. So therefore, and it is said that initially it was said to break encryption, existing encryption, we need 1 million qubits. Now yesterday there was a news item which says that that's no longer required. A statement has come that research now says that 10,000 qubits are enough. So we are closer to what we call Q day. You remember Y2K? Anybody remembers? Y2K was the fear that computers would all crash on 1/1/2000 because programmers had not factored that computers will live beyond maybe the 20th century. So lots of fixing was done, a lot of money was made. Eventually nothing happened, computers didn't crash. But Q day is different. Q day means that when a powerful enough quantum computer is in the hands of a hacker and they break encryption, that will be deemed as Q day. Now that hacker could be a country also. Let's look at some of the breakthroughs that have happened and the evolution of quantum computing itself so far. Shor's algorithm, I already told you about, that was 1994. It is helping in breaking the existing encryption faster, along with hardware. We talked about Grover's algorithm, speed up for search, that came in 1996. 2019, Google talked of what is called quantum supremacy when their 53-bit Sycamore beat a classical computer. So that's something to prove. It didn't make a difference to anybody, but it proved that quantum computers are going to be superior in terms of mathematical performance. Google has come out last year with a 105 qubit with error correction. I told you error correction is the problem. So Google has solved it partially, still not fully solved, but they were able to scale to 105 qubits. So what difference does it make for Google? They have virtually moved this from their labs to now commercial uses. Microsoft not far behind. Manjora is the name of their processor, 2025. They used a different approach of topological qubits for better stability. It gives fault tolerance also. So it ensures that lesser mistakes are made because of the fault tolerant aspect. So you can see these are all the big players in the quantum computing space. They've invested billions of dollars. Then you have IBM. IBM came out with its 127 qubit Eagle in 2021. It was the first chip to cross 100 qubits. And IBM, by the way, has their own quantum stack. 3 days ago, China said that we will provide an open source quantum operating system for anybody who wants it, freely downloadable. Now, we don't know what's behind it, but one has to take it with a pinch of salt. The point is, these things are beginning to happen. Then in 2022, they came out with Osprey, 433 qubits. So it was a major leap, you can see, from 100 to 433. And 1000 qubits they have on the roadmap for this year. You can expect the announcement at any time. Then there is another different approach called using annealers. This is an optimization kind of technology, and it is used for solving optimization problems. And there are large optimization problems which we have not been able to solve, like in logistics, finance, materials. Like what is the fastest way I can deliver one package in some 500 cities if you want to know at the same time? How do we schedule thousands of trade on a stock exchange to minimize risk? These kind of answers a quantum computer can give. So this company has built a 5,000 qubit annealer quantum computer. It's called D-Wave, the name of the company. So we have some problem of error correction, as I told you. This is that noise that makes the qubits more fragile, and you can think of it like a violin. Somebody is playing a violin but is going out of tune every few minutes. So error correction has to happen. So there is a limit on which error correction must happen within certain limits. And now the lot of research is going on how this error correction can help in completely dealing with this fragility and making qubits stable. Someday, not far from today, we'll be using what is called a quantum internet. Today's internet can be hacked easily because encryption can be broken, internet can be hacked. So this is called data in transit, right? So there are three types of data: data at rest, data in motion, and data in use. So data in motion is the same as data in transit. So when data is in transit, hackers know they can hack this. Now, Europe has built a quantum communication test bed for a 2000 kilometer of fiber, while it has demonstrated using quantum security so that no man in the middle attack can take place. Nobody can tamper with the data that is flowing. Back home in India, India has demonstrated its first 500 kilometer quantum safe network. It's a landmark step. While Europe's project is still experimental, India's has already deployed this over an existing fiber optic line. So we have fiber optic laid now throughout the country, so we can spread this much faster. So therefore I said quantum internet is not far off. Now then again, part of the evolution, we need to move from old encryption systems to new encryption systems. So what is a new encryption system? How do we move to what algorithm is safe today, which will make us quantum secure? So the National Institutes of Standard and Technology in the USA is an institute that has been working on this for the past 8 years. And in 8 years, they have come out with 3 algorithms that they have suggested, and some of the many parts of the world, many countries have accepted. We are still deciding whether we will go the NIST way. China, for example, they say they'll build their own algorithms. So there are countries which have said that we will use the algorithms approved by NIST. But look at them as next generation locks. These algorithms will be next generation locks which will help us encrypt data not only immediately when we move to post-quantum cryptography, but will help keep it secure for at least 10 to 15 years going forward. So banks, companies, corporations worldwide have to deal with this. But there is one interim problem also. This is what hackers are doing. They call this harvest now, decrypt later. So what they're trying to do is, using all their methods that I talked of in the earlier segment, they are harvesting data. They are harvesting our data, all our data they are trying to harvest through whichever sources they can, even in encrypted form. They are saying we'll keep this data. The day we will get access, then we'll break it. So lots of things are going on. We have to deal with these harvest now, decrypt later attacks also. Why quantum computers are not still mainstream? As I told you, the numbers are only 50 qubits. Error correction and sensitivity to noise and temperature has to be made more stable. These qubits have to be more stable. We have very limited use cases today, and I see that is the biggest opportunity for a country like India. See, there is something called fundamental science and something called applied science. And applied science is where the outcomes of our lives are determined. Fundamental science will go deeper into research and come up with newer things to do. But it is the application of that science that makes us get the benefits of that science. And we are today in that stage where knowledge and some skill talent in quantum and building up some use cases. If we can build up some use cases, if we can build some products around this, India as a country will benefit, and of course companies which do this will benefit. So where are the opportunities in quantum computing? Drug discovery and material science. You know, drug discovery typically takes about 15 years. A drug, what research goes into making a drug which we all consume, has taken probably 10 to 15 years to build. With the use of AI, they can cut that time by 40%. So there is a timeline cut from 15, 40% is cut off. And with quantum and AI together, they can cut it down to by another 30%. So 70% saving in R&D means not only you will get your vaccines and every other new medicines quickly, but they can be clinically tested and deployed immediately. Just for your information, Andhra Pradesh is setting up a quantum biofoundry, which instead of doing human clinical trials, you can simulate drugs which need clinical testing and validation in this biofoundry so that you can bring drugs faster to market. What does it mean for you and me? Cheaper drugs. 15 years of research cost will be something. You cut 70% from that, so drugs will become much cheaper. Then finance and logistics. Finance, of course, there are lots of applications, fraud management, anywhere where there is big data in logistics and optimization. Quantum computers work wonderfully on optimization. Whether it's optimizing trades, whether it's optimizing for fraud detection, whether it's anomaly detection, it works like a dream. So that's another very big area. And companies like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, they have already started using quantum computers for portfolio optimization. Then cryptography, of course, cyber security. If you become quantum safe, your level of security suddenly shoots up. AI and machine learning. How does quantum help in AI and machine learning? It makes it doubly powerful. It makes it, because the synergy between AI and quantum, it's like a fantastic marriage between two powerful giants who can actually exponentially increase the power, and therefore you will be able to use this combined power. Now, why are countries looking at this? The total global investment so far, this slide tells you about 40 billion, but latest estimates say that it's crossed 55 billion. All the major players are already there. I named Google, Microsoft, IBM, all those I've named. But all the big countries are also there. US is a big investor, but US, instead of just government investment, US companies have invested, private companies. But China has made an investment of $15 billion. We've also allocated 800 million. Compared to them, it is much smaller, but we also believe in frugal engineering. So I believe that if we have the right scientific temper and the right education and skills, it's all Indians everywhere in the world who are working on quantum also. So why can't we do it in the Indian context? And of course, market growth is what everybody is waiting for and looking at. So, like in any other technology, there are threats and there are risks. Opportunities are one side of the coin, the threats and risks, and I think we've talked at length about the threats and risks of quantum computing, so I won't take much time. But what is being seen is that there's geopolitical risk in this. This is going to make the digital divide even bigger between countries. Many of the countries, apart from the 4 or 5 countries I've named, maybe 10 countries have national missions, etc. for quantum. But the other countries have not made any headway. They don't understand what is happening in this space. And there are companies which are moving very quickly. And there are, for example, they have very clear roadmaps. Talent is not available, not just in India, but across the world, because this is a deep science and it requires some fundamental training. Conceptual knowledge is enough, but at the same time, it requires some skill level training to develop products and solutions and applications around quantum. So how does a company or an organization harness this power of quantum? We want to do something with quantum. What do we do? So firstly, train people. Like this session we are having, people are not aware. Walk into any organization in India today, many of them will not know what is happening. At least now, hopefully after this session, you will have some knowledge of what is happening and what quantum computing is all about. But generally, the awareness level is very low. We need to identify applications. If we can identify applications where quantum can be used and harness the power of quantum with or without AI, we can make a difference to the world. And India has always suffered from being a services economy. We can also become a product economy. Then one of the ways is we also partner with other organizations and build. And I think a lot of work can be done with partners, because on the one side you have an ecosystem which has partners who are looking for avenues to deploy their systems. On the other side, you have companies which need that help and support, right from consulting to developing your cryptographic inventories and to do PQC migration and so on. The other thing you will see is that quantum will be offered as a service. You don't need to own a quantum computer. You can sit in this very premises and use a quantum computer based somewhere else. And therefore, you will pay for the use, but you will get access to quantum computers. It will be a long time before organizations start having in-house quantum computers. So how do we address? We have to first address the threats, because without addressing the threats, we will be in trouble. If something happens, untoward happens, who's going to be responsible? Well, that's the work we are doing at the National Quantum Mission. We are trying to see that we avoid this unpleasant situation. If at all it happens, hopefully it will not happen, but we don't know how much time there is. We don't know how many days we have. So we got to move as quickly as possible. The other challenges like error and noise, scalability challenges, energy infrastructure, talent gap, lots of work has been done on that. So hopefully we will catch up, and you will hear in the next workshop of what the Quantum Mission actually is doing, the thematic hubs they've set up. But the thing is that we need to move fast, and for that we need to have an understanding. So I already told you about the investments made, but we will see why they are making this investment, because they believe that quantum is the next step in national security, in boosting our national security. Can you imagine if our communication network at the border is hacked because it is not quantum secure? If we make those networks, our energy networks, quantum secure, nobody will be able to hack. When Maduro was picked up from Venezuela, one of the things that American cyber offensive tactics did was they cut the electricity grid. They shut off the energy grid. And then it became an operation which was handled in the darkness. So these tactics will be used. And if it happens with communication grids in a border area, then you lose communication between our front lines. So these are things that are known. So everybody in the world who has some strategic military knowledge knows that they have to move to quantum, and I'm happy to tell you that our defense organizations are also moving pretty quickly. The other thing is that organizations that move quickly will derive economic advantage from this technology. Ministry of Defense, as I said, I saw your drone lab, very impressive. But can you imagine if that drone is not secure, it's not quantum secure, somebody will hijack that drone. You might make the best drone, but hijacking it would be easy for a hacker. Now, we don't want to release that kind of technology, right? In this war, drones have been used extensively. So we have to make them quantum secure. So we need to ensure that all our weapons and weaponry is made quantum safe. And finally, geopolitical leverage. The person who feels more secure, more confident will obviously be the stronger person in this kind of geopolitical world and situation that we are in. So the faster we can do this, the better it is. Who is winning the race? A little complicated one, but if you ask experts, they'll tell you that probably because China does a lot of things in secret, and even if they have a very powerful quantum computer that can break our encryption, they'll not make a public announcement about it. USA, more than likely, they'll announce it, but China won't announce it. They'll simply break the encryption. But still, China, with their investment and their model of public-private partnership, is growing great guns. So there's something to watch out for and even learn from. United States has got a balanced ecosystem with government saying that they mandated all government organizations that they should be quantum safe. and their private companies are developing all the solutions. Europe has coordinated programs across the 26 countries in the EU, and India is still being looked at as an emerging player. So nations leading in quantum computing will dominate cybersecurity, AI, and defense innovation in the next decade. A little bit about the National Quantum Mission, because before I tell you what all this means for you. So the key objectives of the mission are to develop a 52,000 physical qubits computer in 8 years. And I told you where we are. We have one 7-bit and one 64-bit. But scaling should be easier once we have a grip over the technology, and if we can manage error correction well, we should be able to scale faster. Establish satellite-based secure communications across 2,000 kilometers within India. I think this is achievable. We can do it across fiber. We can also do it across satellite links. Intercity QKD networks, I told you this will be a reality. Quantum internet, we've tested, we've proved, it's running, so it's possible. And then build a vibrant ecosystem, which is another challenge. How do we make our Indian companies, Indian startups, successful? Obviously, it has strategic importance for a country like ours. We want to position ourselves now as a country which has an aspiration to be a technology leader. And this has started with the AI mission and the quantum mission. Funds have been made available. Niti Aayog has prepared plans and roadmaps for ensuring that we not only become a services provider, but we also become a product company, a country. And therefore, it is of great strategic importance to us. Growing the talent pool, we have the best chance again. We are the world's IT talent provider. So if we can create more talent in quantum computing, they will all get absorbed. It creates jobs where jobs are being lost. I don't know, this morning you must have read, Oracle has sacked 30,000 people by an email. So jobs on one side are getting difficult, on the other side you have some opportunities opening up. So we have to have the right balance of skills, because today's job market demands a certain type of skills. If you develop those skills, you are in demand. There was a time when mainframe computer programmers, we used to think of them as cat's whiskers, means that they were the ultimate. They could dictate whatever they wanted and companies were willing to pay. Why? Because they had some special skills. They could write code in assembler language, which was almost a machine level language. But today they have no value. They have no value for the last 40 years or 30 years. Same with quantum. For the next 10, 15 years, 20 years, people who know quantum have got their careers secure, I would say, in a way. And overall, all this will support our economic growth. So, your question will be, what is it in it for me? As a student, why should I go through all this? Why should I learn all this? How is it relevant to me? So, let's look at some of the opportunities that you have in quantum. And some of you are already doing your MTech. You can do a PhD in quantum computing, quantum information science, or any of the quantum related fields. You can do research, you can get research internships. People are very much in demand with IITs, with ISC, hopefully our own institute at a later date, and other global labs. You could work on projects, because people are required to now implement quantum solutions, right from PQC solutions to developing application use cases. This is another big area. And this is more on the academic side. If you look at the career opportunities in industry side, you've got active roles in product development. In any of these companies that are listed here, all these companies can absorb you in their product development, in their project management, and in their future plans. Because all of them have invested a lot of money, they have a lot of future plans. The third opportunity is a little deeper into the science part, in the R&D. These are some of the quantum programming languages that are in play. There are certification courses. You can do them alongside whatever you're doing. These will help you in actually getting a foot in the door in all the quantum ecosystem and getting a job there. One of the important things in quantum is to learn good mathematics, and you've got a strong foundation of mathematics here. So people generally around the world, particularly in India, they say we are all fond of mathematics, but in the Western world, they don't like mathematics. So that's an opportunity for us. Their problem is our opportunity. And physics as well. Of course, some of us have some entrepreneurial instincts. We can create startups of our own. It's an opportunity, it's a green field. Everybody's starting off at that gate. So if you can also innovate, if you have the courage and power to run a startup and innovate and you're creative and you like to work on your own, then this is another opportunity. Develop something that is patentable, something that will be useful. Go in for a patent, file that patent, don't hesitate. You may get a patent, you may not get a patent. That's a longer term issue. But if you think that you have invented something new, created something new, don't shy away. It's a simple process. Last year I filed a patent in quantum. You can do it on your own. You can seek help and do it. But don't think that it's somebody else's job to do it. You can file it and your name will go up with the Love Grovers of the world one day, I hope. Of course, then you can develop products with your patents. And then there are opportunities in the business world. There are roles in strategy, consulting, business development, product management, investment and venture capital companies. They all want to know what is happening in this quantum space. So they need some knowledgeable people in this quantum space. Policy and governance. We are still to come out with policies and governance mechanisms. And then business models like quantum as a service are also opportunities for you in the business field. So what should you do? The skills that you need to build is first become quantum literate. Today hopefully it's just a seed, it's the first step. Some knowledge, some information, some curiosity. If it has sparked in your mind, don't leave it behind. See that it grows. See you can take it to the next level. Quantum literacy is today still an option. As you go forward, it will become a necessity and required skill. Tech business translation. If you have a technology orientation mind, you can understand technology, translate it into the language of business and money, then you are a winner. So that's another skill that you can learn. Third is risk management. I spent one entire session only on risk management because all of you can also become risk managers. If you understand technology to the level you are required to, risk management is another key function. It goes hand in hand with cyber security, and which is part of your courses, I understand. Partnership building and innovation. Opportunities are immense to innovate. The mind can take you and create products. All these people, the Sundar Pichais of the world, the Satya Nadellas of the world, all come from institutions in India. They studied in Indian schools. They graduated from India. They might have an MS degree from the US. That not made that difference in their career. Maybe in their communication style it has. But if they can do it, if a Love Kumar Grover can do it, I'm sure the people sitting here, all of you can also give it a shot. Final thoughts. Don't look at quantum as a distant possibility. It is there at the doorstep. It is knocking. It's ringing your doorbell. Answer it. But the choice to do that is yours. So it's already there. You've got some inkling of what all this is all about. Take that curiosity forward. Learn on your own as much as you can. Hopefully, your interest will grow even more, and you can then specialize in certain areas like maybe use cases or applications or technology or product management, whatever you want to do in your life, you can take that forward. But it's my job to present that opportunity to you, and I hope I've done it in the best way possible. I hope it has reached you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that truly enlightening and enriching session. Your insights have not only deepened our understanding, but have also sparked curiosity and critical thinking among all of us.
Now, we open the floor for an interactive question and answer session. I request the audience to kindly raise their hand and ask their questions.
Good evening, sir. Since most of us are beginner students with limited exposure to quantum computing, what would you say about the core prerequisite skill set we should build right now to be genuinely useful in this field for the time we are graduate? Since we are at UPSIFS, Law with Labs Vision, how quantum affects digital forensics and cyber crime investigation? Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So there are two parts to your question. One is what you should do, and second is what you can do it
Yes.
within this university. The first question first. So what can you do? So I have actually tried to present you a menu of options. Now, each individual has to make their choice as to what area of quantum computing. None of us can master quantum computing in this lifetime. People have spent hundreds of years, still they never mastered it because it's an evolving science. Things are happening even as we speak. So, it is for us to determine, reach a some foundational level of understanding and then specialize where you want to. If you want to know where the big opportunity areas are, use cases. And that links me to your second question. I just discussed in the afternoon with sir, and it is his vision that we should develop products using quantum computing here which will aid forensic investigation. How do I make evidence secure? By making it quantum secure. How can I make a chain of custody, for example, secure without tampering, tamper-proof? How do I make evidence tamper-proof? Through quantum computing. How can I sift through large amounts of data to discover some nugget? Again through quantum computing. So there are several areas in in forensic science which I will cover in greater detail in the workshop on 22nd as to what we can do in the field of forensic science as far as quantum computing is concerned. We are trying to link it with all the other activities in the institute so that we are able to take advantage of the talent that we have, the facilities that we have, and the capabilities that we have so that we can create something absolutely new. The use of quantum in forensic science is very, very new subject all over the world. So we'll be among the first people to start working on something like this. And I'm glad you asked that question because that is one important way we can do it in each use case of our life. You will know many use cases like judgments. You want to go through 100 years of judgments and come up with few nuggets that are important to cite in a court case. A quantum computer can be useful. So that is the direction in which we would like to proceed. I hope I've answered your question.
Any more questions?
Sir, my question is, how real is the threat nowadays? Like this one, harvest now and decrypt later. Is it practical or just?
No, it's a real threat, and the real threat is well recognized by none other than CERTIN. CERTIN is the Computer Emergency Response Team at the central government level. It functions under the Ministry of Information and Technology. Now, they have already issued a guideline asking organizations to enhance their cyber security to protect themselves against harvest now, decrypt later attacks. Now, one thing is to issue guidance, the other is for the guidance to be implemented. I'm sure the forward-looking organizations are doing it. There are some banks who are already on it, there are some critical installations, there are defense organizations already on it. But it's a big task to accomplish. So it's going to take time, it's going to take a lot of time, and it's going to take some talent and understanding as well. So cyber security levels, definitely that answer will come even from this current war situation that we are facing, that cybersecurity has reached another level of importance now. Yeah.
Sir, my question is that what is the basic technological level difference between a quantum computer and a classical computer, due to which we are capable to achieve such high level of performance from quantum computers?
Say, suppose, let me explain that with the help of a library. You have a huge library here next door, right? Maybe
Yes, sir.
100,000 books, maybe 1,000,000 books. Let's assume there are 1,000,000 books here. A classical computer will go and read book by book. A quantum computer can read all the books at the same time. If that gives you a metaphorical answer, and if you can understand, that is the power of parallel processing. It processes things in parallel, and therefore it is much, much faster. And things like Grover's algorithm, which actually makes it even faster. Quantum interference, destructive and constructive interference. These are properties that make it work much faster.
So, sir, is it like we have restructured the structure of the processors?
No, it is because of the ability to have something called superposition, as I said.
Okay, sir. Okay,
It can be in multiple states at the same time. So that one property itself is so powerful that it allows for parallel processing. You don't have to go sequentially.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, if supercomputers are already extremely powerful, what specific class of problem make quantum computer necessary rather than just a faster classical?
Sorry, I didn't.
Sir, if supercomputers are already powerful, they can solve many problems. So why quantum computers are needed?
That's a good question. There are supercomputers which are very powerful based on classical technology, classical chip technology that we've been using, and they have reached some level where they are known as supercomputers because they can process things faster. But you've seen the difference between a Sycamore 53-bit computer compared to a supercomputer. It is millions of times faster, especially for certain types of applications, not for all types of applications. For certain applications, a classical computer is well suited, mature technology, and it can do the job better. But there are certain applications which classical computers cannot solve in a finite point of time. It goes into an infinite loop. A quantum computer will do it in seconds and minutes and hours, which would take years. They say some things which take septillion years, whatever that number is, can be done in minutes in a quantum computer. So that's the number crunching capability it has. Yeah, sure. No, that will not happen. That will not happen. It will continue to coexist. Quantum will be used for certain specialized applications where existing computers cannot solve problems. Desktop quantum computers are available in China today. China sells a desktop quantum computer for $58,000. Not very expensive by quantum computing standards because so much money has gone into research, right? But the point is that those are not going to solve the problems which are unsolvable. They're just going to be playthings right now. But who knows? But they will never replace classical computers. So it will always be a hybrid between classical and quantum together. That's why the world is headed in that direction. No, it will be a hybrid network. It won't be a hybrid computer. Classical will be there on that network. This will be there. They will work in unison. That is the hybrid part. Not.
Sir, my question is related to post-quantum computing. So, sir, quantum computers are capable of breaking the security standards. So, are we evolving the current internet security protocols, or we have to redesign the whole internet security again?
We have to redesign the whole protocols. Your SSH protocols, wherever you are using any form of encryption in any protocol, that protocol has to be upgraded to a quantum secure protocol. All have to be changed.
Or we have been in the...
Sorry, I can't hear you.
So, sir, how far we have been in this? Like, what are the things we are doing?
See, where we are today point and situation is that we have published a very ambitious roadmap. It is available on the internet. You can see it. That shows that we want to achieve milestone 1 by 2027. A lot of countries have published the roadmaps. Many of them say what we wanted to do by 2027, they say 2028, 2029. We have advanced it only because we see that the problem is going to happen faster. That is one. So there is a roadmap. Now what has to be done? We've divided that into multiple milestones. So the first milestone is to know where your cryptographic bill of material, that means where you have used cryptography in your system. That itself requires for you to do an in-depth analysis of your cryptography that is existing. Fortunately, you don't have to do anything. You have to get a solution provider who will run a piece of software, generate your C-bomb, it's called a C-bomb, and then they will give you, just like a software bill of materials, they'll give you a cryptographic bill of materials. Then you have to do another thing. You have to classify that bill of material into 3 buckets: high risk, medium risk, low risk. What do you do first? High risk, because those are the critical items. Then you address the middle risk. Then you go for the low risk, and low risk can wait, but high risk and sometimes even moderate risk will have to be attended to immediately. So this is the approach that we have suggested, that at least by 2027 organizations should know where their problem can happen, what is their present encryption. We have also suggested as an interim measure they can use AES 256. Okay, why? Because AES 256 is symmetric key. Symmetric key quantum computers are not able to break easily. Asymmetric keys they are able to break. So we are suggesting you move, if you are not already on AES 256, move to AES 256. So these are the recommendations that we have given. And prepare a roadmap for your organizations, full migration. So these are the 3 activities organizations need to do. But they also don't have people, they don't have trained people, they don't have this understanding, they don't know about quantum. So it's a battle that we are fighting. Yeah.
Sir, if quantum can break any encryption, so what is the special with post-quantum cryptography?
Okay, what is special with post-quantum cryptography that is not there with the pre-quantum encryption is what your question is, if I am understanding correctly.
Okay, sir.
So today most encryption is using a key size of 2096, RSA 2096. Let us say that is one algorithm. So the key size is 2048, sorry. So what is the option we have? That number can be, by a quantum computer, it breaks it down to polynomials and breaks that very easily, that key size. Now if you increase the key size, your systems will become slower. Your systems will take that overhead of encrypting, decrypting all the time. So they will become slower. So you can't randomly increase key size. So you have one challenge otherwise you will take the biggest key. But the problem is that will probably be a temporary solution at best. So even AES 256 is only a temporary solution. A quantum computer may be able to break that also at some later date. But the point is that if you go for post-quantum cryptography, it is made out of a different set of algorithms. Now those algorithms, the ones that have been approved by NIST, we don't have any approved list in India at the moment, but the 3 algorithms that NIST has approved, including one for digital signatures, those have been tried, tested, evaluated for 8 years. Can you imagine? They took 8 years to select 3 algorithms. So they have tested it and they have said that these 3 algorithms will make you quantum secure. Now, if we have to do the same, we don't have the testing systems in place in this country. So we have now started building that testing mechanism so that tomorrow you come up with an algorithm which you believe will be quantum secure. It can be tested and validated and certified that this algorithm that you have developed. So what does it mean? It means you need to have a knowledge of cryptography. You need to understand cryptography. That science, if we can understand, then we can become an algorithmic expert. And that is what some of the startups have done. They have created their own algorithms. Some of them have used NIST algorithms and built a wrapper around that. But then we don't know, we are not sure whether we should use that or not. So, post-quantum will definitely save you for the next 10-15 years. because these algorithms have been tested. Because there is a full test routine that we have defined, which has been listed. It's now in the public domain, and all those against all types of quantum threats, it will be tested and validated when we are going to certify it in India. But this has already been done as far as the NIST algorithms are concerned.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
Sir, my question is more on the technical prospect. So basically, binary computer works on zeros and ones, and supercomputer works on the spin of the electron, basically plus 1 by 2 or minus 1 by 2. So there are particles that are smaller than electron too. Those are considered quarks. So what are the possible outlook for quantum computing in that?
See, there are two parts to this. Discoveries are still evolving. Okay, what can be converted into some commercial successes have moved on. Now, for example, we used to use copper on the chips, right? Now we are using laser. We are using laser technology. So technological changes are also happening. Now, which technology will prevail, we also still don't know. There are 6 technologies in play as far as quantum computer hardware is concerned. Different approaches. Some are annealers, some are photon-based computers. So there are superconducting computers. So there are different types of technology in play. There is no clear winner at the moment. So this is the moment where deep science is being translated into some sort of commercial products. So we will know more about this only little later. As far as more discoveries to be made, CERN, in Switzerland, which does all this subatomic level research, they have actually proved last week or 2 weeks back that what I told you about the Higgs boson, the God particle, how energy is converted into matter, they have actually proved it. Now, one thing is to have a theory and a hypothesis, the other is to prove it. Now, they have proved that. So, these are all in a state of flux. We have not reached that stage where say that this technology is a clear winner, let's bet on this, let's learn this, this will take us forward. So, it's very hard to say at this point where we are.
Good evening, sir. Sir, you say many times that quantum computing do same work many work at the same time. It is possible that human can create a time machine in hundreds of years by using quantum computing?
A human can create?
Time machine.
What machine?
Time machine.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept because this time and space concept was introduced by Albert Einstein only. Right, the theory of relativity. So quantum is challenging that, and it is challenging the theory of how many dimensions. They say we live in a 3D world, but there are, some say 11, some say 38 dimensions, but we can't access those dimensions. They say matter is indestructible, that's one more theory. You can't destroy it, only changes form. So we also, when we die, we just change form. It's not that we go anywhere. So we just are able to access some other dimension, we cannot access this dimension again. So all these are quantum theories that are floating around. They are still in the theory realm, so we can't, but yes, what you are saying is right. The time also can be collapsed. That also is an experiment that is going on. And they are saying that time can be reversed also. Some experiments shown some microsecond they have been able to accomplish that. Now what that means in real life is, we don't know. What we know is that when you say quantum has many possibilities, many probabilities. Some people say that all those are being enacted. We are only in the measurement world. So, as in the coin flip, as we can see, we measure only what we can see. Now, what is happening outside this room, we don't know. We can see only what is in this room. That's the only perception that we have as human beings. So, these are all theories, and therefore, this goes into, it clashes with spirituality, it clashes into many worlds. We are still learning, too early now. But science is unveiling some facts that we did not know earlier. That is for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Once again, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Ajay Singh for sharing his time, wisdom, and invaluable perspectives with us. Now, I would like to invite our Honorable Founding Director, Dr. G.K. Goswami sir, to address the gathering.
So good evening, everyone. Indeed, it is a very marathon discussion today. Now it is almost 5:30, so we should wind up very quickly. But after this long discussion, I must say that all of us have been enlightened in a very big way, and I think it has set the tone for our 22nd April workshop. That was the purpose for this discussion today. But at the end of this discussion, I would like to conclude that whatever Professor Singh has said today, probably our institute, we have 3 schools, the students from forensic background, then the legal background and the technology background. I think quantum provide the opportunities for all 3 of you. Technology, everybody knows that quantum is mainly from the technology side. It is the advanced technology, as Professor Singh has already mentioned. For forensic science, we have already discussed. I have long discussion with Dr. Ajay Chaudhary also, that we should think to develop quantum forensics in this institute, because this part nobody is going to discuss. A lot of people are working on cyber security across the globe, but cyber forensic research innovations are still very few. And consider that this quantum science or quantum computing is very, very new field. It is just entering into the domain. And if we think that quantum forensics, if we develop, if we innovate in this area, I think we will be the pioneer. And I believe that the expert like Professor Ajay will definitely mentor us, they will guide us, and definitely we can move ahead. As far as the legal student, legal school is concerned, you have even better choices, because all the policy matters. In every organization, even the Deloitte people and many others are asking that how we should integrate the quantum computing and all these technologies with the demand of Article 25 of GDPR and DPDP Act. So the security by design, legality by design, privacy by design, all these things you just consider that we are not providing proper safety, security for privacy and other things in the classical computing. What will be the scenario in quantum computing system? So privacy will be altogether a challenge. He has given so many examples about identity theft and all. What will happen if the quantum will be there? So huge potential for all the schools we have here. So it is the time to integrate, to think beyond the time, before the time. And for that, this institute can set the tone not only for our India, but across the globe. So ball is in your court now. Think in next 20 days or maybe around so, because today is 1st April and on 22nd we are going to meet again. Of course, there are few more speakers we have invited for this matter to discuss with you on the subject. But certainly 22nd is very, very important day. I must say it is D-Day for us, because it will set the tone. We are already identified the place for a laboratory, and as he said that you can be the entrepreneur, you can start your startup. We have already initiated, we have just inaugurated our innovation center, the innovation hub called DUX. Am I right? So many of you can venture into it. The lab will be there. Every availability will be there. So only thing is your commitment. So if you think to start your venture, all the facility we will provide you. NQM, National Quantum Mission, will certainly help us in building this facility in a more better manner. Once again, on behalf of the institute, I sincerely pay my regards, thanks to Professor Ajay Singh, and now you can move ahead to conclude the things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now, as we move towards the formal conclusion of this session, I would like to invite our respected DIG, Mr. Hemraj Meena, sir, IPS, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Respected founding director, sir, distinguished speaker, Professor Ajay Singh, deputy director Jitendra Singh, and other faculty members or participants, I extended my sincere gratitude to Professor Ajay Singh for delivering such a enriching and insightful session. The journey from mainframe computing to the emerging world of quantum computing, along with the valuable perspective on cybersecurity and risk management, has been truly enlightening. Sir, your ability to simplify complex concepts and connect them with the present day challenges has made these sessions highly engaging and relevant. I also thank you, the organizing members of the Institute, for this valuable program. With these words, I once again thank you everyone for making this session meaningful and successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I request everyone to kindly stand for the national anthem.